Alright, mic testing, mic testing. Okay, perfect. Let me just go here. Alright, perfect. We're live. And well, what are we going to be doing this live? Before I say what I'm going to be working on this live, last live, I was mastering PyGames. I started learning PyGames. I mastered on how to draw objects on the screen and even move them using my keys. Well, this stream, well, last stream we did go through automating movements as well, but this stream I'm going to be mastering automating movements because I honestly don't remember how to automate movements. And let me just check if my music's good and I'm audible. Give me a sec. Okay, that sounds pretty good. Okay, perfect. So let me go here. Okay, streaming gameplay. So this was where I went through last time. This is my code from the previous stream, which was streamed yesterday. And okay, this is the automating part. I honestly didn't understand this as much, but this stream I'm gonna be attempting to master it. So let me go ahead and delete this whole code. Kind of hurts, but okay. And go here, get sensei in. Alright, perfect. Let me say, Sensei, I'm live. And maybe drink some water. Alright, so finally about time, Vivek. Let's fire up that brain. Here's your first broken automatic movement code. Okay, fix it or... Okay, wait, before I fix it. Let's see. Before I fix the code, is there anything that can you teach me how to fix it at all the basics to all the basics that I need to know to automate. Is that how we spell it? Alright, let's see. Listen up, Vivek. Automation is PyGame. Listen up, Vivek. Automation in PyGame is simple, but if you skip the basics, you'll just sit there wondering why your object is glued to the screen. Okay, the basics you must master: position variables. Every object on the screen has coordinates: x horizontal, y vertical. Okay, top left is 0 0 in PyGame. Okay, movement right increases x, moving left decreases it, moving down increases y, moving up decreases it. Okay, speed variables, these are how much your position changes per frame. Example, speed underscore x5 moves 5 pixels per frame horizontally. Speed y equals 0, no vertical movement. Positive speed moves right slash down, negative moves up slash left. Okay, frame loop updates. Each time the game loop runs, you update your position. X equals to x plus speed. Okay, y equals to y plus speed y. I see. Or shorthanded, x plus equals to speed x and y plus equals to speed y. Yo, how are you doing, Circuit? I appreciate you joining the stream. Hi, bro. How are you doing, Karan? I appreciate you joining the stream. Okay, draw at the new position. You must draw after updating coordinates every frame. Pygame.draw.rect, screen red. Okay, so alright, I know how do we draw it. We went through that last stream. I actually mastered that last stream. It's actually pretty easy. Boundary checks optional. If you don't want your object to disappear off screen, if x is greater than 800, beyond right edge, x equals to minus 50, wrap to left. Okay, the bug in the broken code. In your code, x plus speed x, this does nothing because you're not storing the result back into x. It should be x plus equals to speed x. Ooh, I see. Okay, that's the heart of automated movement, updating position every loop. When you understand this, you can make enemy NPCs walk across the screen on their own, make bullets fly without pressing key each frame. Okay, make backgrounds scroll endlessly. Okay, Next step, I want you to fix the codes so the rectangle moves automatically to the right, then we'll make it bounce off the edge like it's trapped to the box. All right, let me say, Sensei, can I get the broken code again? Question mark. And guys, so I'm gonna be starting off with easy broken code questions. It's gonna get progressively harder as I move to instructional based questions. So yeah, did you check Discord? Told you how to open the game. I made XD. Oh, honestly, I didn't have much time to check Discord. Like, I did check the message where you pinged me. I'll check that as soon as the stream ends, because I yesterday couldn't figure out how to like open the game. I'm like way too dumb. Okay, why are you reading the solution like reading a book? Oh, honestly, it wasn't like the solution, it was the explanation. Before I start automating objects, I wanted an explanation on the basics and how to automate objects. Okay, because that's engagement for the stream for. Oh yeah, yeah, because yeah, I read it for you guys as well. And if I read stuff, I memorize it properly. Not memorize, understand it properly. But yeah, I can't be like not saying anything in stream. That wouldn't be entertaining. Alright, I prefer this response. Okay, so this is a broken code. Let me copy it. Get sensor here, paste it, and okay, let's figure out the error. We imported pygame. Pygame.init starts the function setup screen equals to pygame.display.setMode. So our display is set to 800 by 600 pixels. Pygame.display.set caption automatic movement test. Okay, that's our caption. Colors white, okay, red, okay, position x equals 100, y equals 300, speed of my x-axis is 5 pixels, running, we don't have a fps, we didn't have the fps set. Running is true while running for event in pygame.event.get. If event.type equals to pygame.quit, running equals to false. Clear screen, okay, screen.fill white. Draw a rectangle, so we drew a rectangle here, a red rectangle on our screen. X-axis is 100, y-axis is 300, 50 and 50. That's our width and height. Okay, so we have a square. Update position. Okay, so this line is wrong. Object will move. I need to say sensei to like not point this out. All right, let's see. X plus equals 2, so using the augmented assignment operator, pygame.display.flip. Okay, I didn't learn about the flip and the delay function, but what happens with this? Okay, so it does move on its own. I do gotta work on the flip and display function. Alright, let me just control A, control C. I'm learning how to make game cheats. It's hard, not gonna lie. Honestly, it sounds pretty hard. It's like, are there like those admin commands and everything? Okay, let me go here. Let's say sensei. The code was missing a equals to sign / augmented assignment bit. Although I didn't learn about the pygame.flip and pygame.display function. Alright, let's see. Let me actually check if I'm audible. Because yeah, my mic just sometimes stops working. Okay, that's right, Vivek. Finally, you fixed the core bug. The rectangle should be gliding across the screen now. Let's break down the new part so you understand everything. Pygame.display.flip. Think of it like taking a snapshot of your current frame and showing it on the screen. Okay, every time you draw something or update positions, the screen doesn't automatically update. Flip tells Pygame show everything I just drew. Every time you draw something or update the positions, the screen doesn't automatically. Oh, I see. Screen.fill white clears the previous frame, so your rectangle doesn't have a trail. Without it, you'd see all the past rectangle stacks across the screen. Pygame.time.delay 30 slows down the loop so the rectangle doesn't zoom off instantly. 30 milliseconds between frames, okay, is equal to 33 frames per second FPS. You didn't need to know flip or fill to fix the movement bug, but now that you do, you're ready to make object move smoothly and visibly. Next step, gonna make you bounce. Okay, I have a question. You know, it's crazy. I learned coding and game development and etc. before learning how to drive a bike and swimming. That's actually pretty crazy. Okay, let me say, Sensei. For the FPS, didn't we need to use the pygame, pygame dot time dot clock, and then in my while loop, pygame, or not pygame, just clock dot take 60. Didn't we like have to use this? Didn't we have to use this for the FPS, or does that just work for the players FPS, not NPCs question mark? Or exactly, Vivek, you're thinking like a true Python warrior now. Pygame.time.clock and clock.tick60 is better standard way to control is the better standard way to control FPS. Here's the difference. Pygame.time.delay ms pauses the entire loop for a set number of milliseconds. Oh, okay. Works, but it's crude. If your game has multiple moving objects or events, delay can make movement choppy. It doesn't adjust dynamically if a frame takes longer to process. Pygame.time.clock with tick FPS creates a clock object. Clock equals to pygame.time.clock. Inside your loop, clock.tick60. This limits your game to 60 FPS but adapts to processing time. If a frame takes longer, it slows down the loop just enough to maintain smooth motion. NPCs or player movement. The clock affects everything in the game loop, player movement, NPC movement, bullets, etc. Every object speed is usually defined in pixels per frame, so consistent FPS keeps them moving at predictable rates. Oh, I see. If you want, we can rewrite your rectangle code using clock and tick instead of time.delay, so you see how smooth automatic movement should really be done. Honestly, um, I forgot what my pygame.display.flip does. Let me actually ask that real quick. Um, Before we do that, let's say dot dot dot. I forgot what does the pygame.display.flip do again? Question mark. Guys, ignore my bajillion typos. Listen carefully, Vivek. I already mentioned this, but I'll make it take this time. Pygame.display.flip tells Python to show everything you just drew on the screen. Pygame does nothing automatically. Okay, update what you drew each frame. Oh, for that, don't we need to use the pygame.display.update? Shapes, think of it like painting on a canvas. Can draw images in the background, but the audience only sees it when you flip the canvas to show it. Ah, I see. Every frame you usually clear the screen. Alright, sensei dot dot dot. What's the difference between pygame.display.flip and pygame.display.update? Listen up, Vivek. This is an important distinction you need to grasp, or you'll be lost in Pygame forever. Both Pygame.display.flip and Pygame.display.update update the screen, but they work differently. Pygame.display.flip works the entire screen every time you call it. Okay, it works like forget what was there before, show me the whole frame I just drew. Okay, best when your entire screen changes every frame, like most games. Similar and safer for beginners. Pygame.display.update rex. Update only part of the screen if you pass a list of rectangle areas to it. If you call it with no arguments, it behaves like flip and updates the full screen, more efficient for games where only small part of the screen changes, like a HUD Okay, moving sprite on a static background. Example, pygame.display.update, pygame.rect, x-axis, y-axis, width, height. Only redraw that rectangle instead of the whole screen, saving processing power. Okay, think of it like this: flip equals to flips the entire canvas. Simple, always works. Update, touch up only the parts that change. More advanced, optimized. Once you get this, your NPC bullets and moving backgrounds will all behave smoothly without wasting CPU. Alright, let me say, let's say, in that case, can I like just use the pygame.display.update question mark? Yes, Vivek, you absolutely can use pygame.display.update instead of flipping. Here's the catch: if you call it without arguments, it works exactly like flip, updates the whole screen. If you pass specific rectangle or list, okay, it only redraws those areas, which can be more efficient. Or big games with lots of static parts. For your rectangle example, pygame.display.update updates everything same as a flip. Or if you want to get fancy later, pygame.display.update it does. Okay, I see. Alright, say dot dot dot. I think I see. Can I get a. Actually, let's go with an instructional based question. Maybe a easy one for now where I um where I automate a object. Okay, good. Let's start easy with no excuses. Here's your instructional challenge. The instruction: create a Python window of size 800 by 600. Draw a blue circle of radius 30 pixels at position 100 and 300. Make the circle move automatically to the right at a speed of 5 pixels per frame. Use pygame.display.update to show the movement. Make sure the program closes cleanly when you click the close button. No extra tricks, just make the circle right across the screen smoothly. Alright, let me get Sensei here. Let me check if I'm audible. Okay. And let me delete all this. Okay, maybe drink some water first. That was a lot of reading. Okay, so I gotta start off by creating a Pygame window of size 800 by 600. Let me start off by importing Pygame. Import Pygame. Okay, perfect. Now let me initialize the Pygame by doing pygame.init. Perfect. And now let's start off by creating a display. Before the display, I might add FPS first. Let's go with clock equals to pygame.time.clock. Okay, perfect. I'll add a comment here because it's good practice. FPS. Okay, now let's go ahead and add the display. Excuse me, guys. Let me create a variable called to pygame.display.setMode. Okay, I'll set a tuple, so 800 by 600. Okay, that should give me a good enough screen. And now let me add a caption. What should the game be called? I don't know. Let's go with pygame.display.setCaption. Let the game be called something like automate objects. Okay. Alright, perfect. This is the display. Now I gotta let's see. Create a window, then that draw a blue circle. Alright. I might have to add a couple of variables now. Let me go here and add positions. I don't know how to keep the names, so I'll go with positions. And let's see, draw a blue circle, make the circle so a blue circle, right? So let me go with circle underscore x-axis equals to, okay, the position is 100 and 300, so the x-axis is going to be 100 and circle y-axis is going to be 300. Okay, and then let me go with the radius as well. So circle underscore radius equals to, I mean, radius is just for circle, I don't need to specify it. Okay, radius was 50, right? Okay, radius of 30. Alright, so we created that. Now a velocity, it moves how many pixels? Wait, okay, draw a blue circle of various 30 pixels at position. Okay, how fast should it move? Okay, 5 pixels per frame. So let me go with the circle circle underscore velocity equals to, guys, ignore my typos. Circle underscore velocity equals to 5 pixels. Okay, positions doesn't make any sense. Let me go with positions x, or I'll just leave it anything. Okay. Alright, so the next one, now let's actually go and create a is running a boolean variable. I'll set it to true. Okay, now let me add a game loop. So while my is running is set to true, I will create an FPS. My clock variable, which is right there, equals to actually clock.tick 60. This is not gonna burn my CPU now. It's gonna like work on 50 frames per second, if that made any sense. Okay, now let's manage the events. Let me go with event or looping events. Okay, let me iterate over all my events. So for every event in my pygame dot event dot get, this basically gets all the events in pygame that happens, but I want a specific one. So let me go with an if statement. If my event dot type equals to pygame dot quit, I will set my is running boolean variable to be false. Okay, perfect. Let me check. How have you been? I've been good, honestly. How are you doing, Circuit? Okay, let me go here. Okay, what's the next thing that I gotta do? Actually, let me just set my pygame.quit. Quit is basically the opposite as init. Okay, next, draw a blue circle of radius 30. So let me go ahead and exit off my for loop. Add a comment of drawing. Or actually, I feel graphics sounds more classy. There we go, graphics. Okay, let's draw the circle. So to draw the circle, I'll go with pygame.draw.circle. I want to draw a circle. The surface is going to be my screen, which is my display screen, and then the next thing I need is color. So I'm drawing a blue circle. So a blue circle, okay, perfect. Guys, ignore my typos. There we go. Oh my gosh. Okay, blue circle. I need a tuple of my positions now. So my circle X and my circle Y. Copy that. Paste it. And lastly, my circle radius. Excuse me, guys. Okay, so that's basically a blue circle. Okay, and then make the circle move automatically to the right at a speed of 5 pixels per frame. Okay, wait, if I run the command, I should have, oh, I forgot to add my pygame.update. Okay, let me go back, enter, add a bunch of spaces maybe. Pygame.display update. Okay, perfect. Now if I run the command, I have a blue circle here. I want the circle to be automated. I forgot my pygame.fill as well. So before drawing, let me go with pygame. Actually, not pygame. Screen.fill. I don't know. I like the color gray. I mean, I don't like the color gray, but like I like the color gray. Like this looks pretty good. Okay, so now the hard part. How do I automate the image? Doing good too. Hi, how are you doing, DevKid? I appreciate you joining the stream. Okay, let's go here. Make the circle move automatically to the right. Okay, I'm pretty sure I know how. Let me go here. Okay, automate. There we go. Okay, so my circle at x-axis. So my circle at x-axis plus my circle um radius actually plus equals to my um circle velocity. This should move it. There we go. But it doesn't come back. Use PyGame.display to update it. Make sure the program closes smoothly when you click. Okay, honestly, this is all I needed for this question. I need to still figure out how to add the bouncing. I'm pretty sure that bouncing is called collision. You guys can fact check me. Let's paste it here and say, actually not say anything, just send it. Yes, that's perfect. Okay, honestly, I've worked a lot last stream. Stop asking stupid personal questions, current bro. What? Personal questions? Okay, that's perfect, Vivek. Finally, a blue circle gilding across the screen like it means business. You correctly use circle plus equals to circle velocity to automate movement. You applied clock dot take 60, smooth FPS exactly how it should be. PyGame.display update shows the movement. Clean exit with quit event. No complaints there. Next step, let's crank it up. I want the circle to bounce back when it hits the edges of the window. Right now, it just flies off the screen. Do you want me to give this as an instructional challenge? Honestly, yeah, sensei, dot dot dot. I don't know how to, I don't know how to bounce an object. So can the instructions be a little clear, question mark? At the start, Karen asked personal questions to you. That's why he said that. Oh, I see. Okay, good. Listen closely, Vivek. This is how bouncing works, and I want it clear in your head before you touch the code. Instructional challenge bouncing circle. Use the same 800 by 600 Pygame window and a blue circle, okay, 100 and 300 with radius of 30. The circle should move automatically horizontally using a velocity variable, okay, circle underscore velocity. At boundary check, if the circle hits the left edge, x coordinate is less than or equal to radius, okay, it should reverse direction. If the circle hits the right edge, x coordinate is greater than or equal to screen with minus radius, it should reverse the direction. Reverse direction means multiply velocity by -1. Oh, okay. I might. Okay, I probably may. Excuse me, guys. Maybe I'm getting it. Maybe. Excuse me again, guys. Keep your FPS at 60 with clock. Clear the screen every frame. Draw the circle and update the display. Make sure the program closes cleanly when clicking the close button. Think of it like this: the circle is bouncing between walls, so whenever it touches a wall, it flips horizontally. Okay, write the code using these steps. I want to see that bouncing action. Okay. I am pretty sure I understood. Alright, let's see. Use the same thing. The circle should move automatically. Okay, add boundary checks. So let me maybe create another comment called boundary checks. There we go. Okay, for the boundary check, if the circle hits the left edge, x coordinate is less than or equal to radius, it should reverse direction using the circle velocity multiplied by equals to -1. Okay, let's add an if statement. If my circle x, okay, if my circle x is less than or equal to my radius, less than or equal to my radius, circle radius, okay, my circle velocity multiplied by or asterisk equals to -1. Okay, if the circle hits the right edge, coordinates, okay, let me go with if my circle x is greater than or equal to my circle radius, Okay, my circle velocity asterisk equals to -1. Okay, wait, hold up. -1, negative. Shouldn't this be +1? Reverse direction means multiply velocity by -1. Oh, okay, I just got reverse directions. Alright. Keep FPS, clear the screen every frame, draw the circle, update the display. This should work. Guys, it's stuck in one place. What? Maybe I might not need this. Okay. It dips. Okay, you know what? I might not need this in that case. Alright, let me copy this. It's stuck in one direction. Maybe let me add both. Change that to a +1. It doesn't bounce. Let me change that to a +1. Change this to a -1. I might have to actually see a reference code. Okay, let's just change this to positive as well. Copy this whole thing. Get Sensei here. Yeah, guys, I honestly didn't do questions like this. I did it once, like last stream, but that was like at the end of the stream, so I didn't have enough time to practice that. So I'm mastering it this stream. Let's say Sensei, it's stuck in one place. I don't know how to phrase the code. I understand it in theory, but I don't know how to write it. Guys, ignore my typos. Vivek, I can see what you did, and you're half there, but you made the circle flip consistently at the left edge and never let it reach the right edge. Wait, did I go with 2x's? Of course, I went with 2x's. The first one is fine, left edge. The second one should check the right edge, okay, which is screen width minus radius. I don't understand the logic behind this. Screen width minus radius. Right now, circle x is greater than or equal to radius is basically always true after the first move, so the circle flips directions immediately. Correct formula. Okay, I just gotta. If circle radius is less than or equal to radius, if circle at x-axis is less than or equal to my circle underscore radius, excuse me guys, my circle underscore velocity multiplies by equals to -1, basically flips the signs. Okay, next if statement, if my circle, okay, underscore x-axis is greater than or less than, greater than or equal to 800 minus circle radius, right wall. Think of it as, okay, think of it as the circle center can't go beyond the edges, so you account for the radius, flip the velocity when it touches either side. The circle can't go beyond the edges, so you account for the radius, flip the velocity when it touches either side. Oh, I see. Fix it using this logic. All right, let me say, Sensei, I understand the left wall logic, but I don't understand the right wall logic. Okay, listen Vivek, this is where most beginners get trapped. Your circle has a radius, remember? Okay, that's the distance from its center to its edge. In PyGame, the x-coordinate is the center of the circle. Your circle has a radius, it does, remember? That's the distance from its center to its edge. Oh, I see, okay. PyGame, the x-coordinate is the center of the circle. Left wall, the left edge of the circle is circle underscore x minus radius. The left edge, oh, I see. You don't want to go past 0, that's why we check if circle is less than or equal to circle radius, circle velocity, right wall, the right edge of the circle is circle plus radius. You don't want this to go past the screen width, okay, which is 800. So the check is if circle underscore x, circle's x-axis, is greater than or equal to 800 minus circle radius, circle, okay, I might just need more practice, that's why I can understand it, Why 800 minus radius? Because if circle underscore x reaches 800 minus 30, the edge touches the screen boundary. Oh, I see. Any bigger, the circle would go off the screen. Think of it like this: the circle bounces when its edge hits the wall, not its center. Once you get this, the circle will bounce back and forth smoothly. I want you to rewrite your boundary checks with this understanding and show me it bouncing. Okay. So the thing that I did wrong was if my circle tether greater than my circle's width plus my circle's radius, right? Actually, my screen. So 800 minus my circle's radius. Circle's radius. Let's see if this works. Goes here. Boink. Goes back here. Oh wow, that's actually pretty fun. Alright, the part is circle minus radius. I wonder what would happen if I go with this. 800 plus circle radius. Okay, it's stuck. I mean, honestly, does this just work with the right edge in that case? Like if I run the command, it goes here, it bounces off, it goes there, it bounces off. Might need more practice in that case. Alright, let me copy this. I got a few questions. Okay, let me go here, paste it, add a bunch of spaces and say sensei. It works, but I tried adding a plus, actually a 800 plus circle underscore x, actually underscore radius for my was that a left wall or the right wall? Okay, for my left wall, it made it glitch. Why do I only need a minus for my right wall? I feel this actually I understand this concept, but it's vague. Do you think that I just need more practice to get a grasp of it? Question mark. Maybe lubricate my lips. Ignore my typos, guys. Okay, exactly, Vivek. And yes, you do need more practice until it's instincts. Okay, here's why you only subtract for the right wall. The circle center is circle underscore x, okay? Its edges are circle underscore x minus radius. Oh, I see, okay. Oh, wait, so does that mean that I'm basically saying if my circle's edge touches the end of my screen, which is 800 minus 30 because my radius is 30, my circle's velocity minus, asterisk equals to -1 means as soon as it touches the boundary, it's going to bounce back. It's going to change course. It's going to change its course of direction because of -1. I don't know. That does make sense, but let's read more. Okay, left wall. You don't want the edge circle underscore x to go past 0. Solve for circle x minus radius is greater than or equal to 0 to circle x greater than or equal to radius. So the check is circle underscore x is less than or equal to radius for hitting the left wall. Right wall, you don't want the right edge, so circle underscore x plus radius to go past the screen with 800. Solve for circle underscore x plus radius is is less than or equal to 800 to circle underscore, excuse me guys, x is less than or equal to 800 minus radius. That's why the right wall is circle underscore x which is greater than or equal to 800 minus radius. If you tried 800 plus radius, the center would go beyond the screen, making it glitch. The rectangle or circle can't physically exist there. Here's the brutal truth. These edge cases always trip people up. The fastest way to internalize it, draw it on paper, mark the center, mark the edges, mark the screen boundaries, write the inequalities, translate them into code, repeat the different shapes, sizes, and directions. If you want, I can give you a mini practice set, 3 to 4 small bouncing object challenges to hammer this concept in your head. You'll never forget left versus right wall again. Do you want me to do that? Honestly, yeah. Yes, sensei. Alright, let's see. Good, finally some hunger in you, Vivek. Listen closely. This mini practice is going to drill bouncing into your brain until it's instinct. Bouncing practice like automated movement. Challenge 1. Draw a red rectangle of size 60 by 40 at 200 and 100. Okay, x-axis is 200, y-axis 100. Make it move horizontally at a speed of 70. Bounce it off left and right edges. Okay, let's get Sensei back there. Maybe I'll use my second Python file. Okay, let me import PyGame. Import PyGame. There we go. And PyGame.init to initialize PyGame. And then honestly, I might add FPS. So clock equals to pygame.time.clock. There we go. And now display. I'll create my display here. Let me go with screen equals to pygame.display.set mode. I'll set it in a tuple. I don't know, 800 by 600. All right, perfect. Next up, let me add a caption. So pygame.display.set caption. Let's go with, I don't know, automated ball. All right, automated ball. Next up, let me go with positions. There we go. Okay, so for the positions, draw a red rectangle of size 60 by 40. So let me go with circle underscore x underscore axis equals to, let's see, 200. Oh wait, actually it's rectangle. Rectangle underscore x underscore axis 200. Honestly, I'm pretty lazy. Let me copy this, paste it, change x to y, change 200 to 100. Okay, perfect. And then a size of 60 by 40. That's my axis. Now I gotta go with width and height. Rectangle underscore width equals to 60 and rectangle underscore height equals to, let's see, 40. Okay, perfect. Make it move horizontally at a speed of 7. So let me go with rectangle underscore velocity equals to 7. Okay, perfect. Bounce it off left and right edges. Let me create a is underscore running equals to true. From main file, import is running. What? Okay, import is running, and now let me actually add a bunch of spaces. There we go. This is much better. Okay, so while my is running is true, I'll set my FPS. Let me go with clock.tick 60 FPS. Let me add a comment of FPS. Okay, and now let me go ahead and go with my game events. Is that how we say it? Okay, let me iterate over all my PyGame events. So for every event in my pygame.event.get, I will look for a specific type of event. If my events.type equals to pygame.quit, I will set my is running boolean variable to be equal to false, and then I will, if my variable is set to false, my while true won't work. I mean, my while true is going to get cancelled, so I'm going to add pygame.quit. Perfect. Okay, and now let's go ahead and draw my rectangle. Let me go here and add graphics. Okay, so for my graphics, maybe add a space here. I'll draw a rectangle. So pygame.draw.rect. I want to draw on my screen. My surface is going to be my screen. It's going to be a red rectangle. Let's go. How are you doing, Muhammad? I appreciate you joining the stream. Okay, let's go with screen. So it's going to be a red rectangle. So let me add red. Okay, and then I need a width, a height. Actually, I need x-axis, y-axis, width, and height. So I'll add that in a tuple. So first my x-axis, so my rectangle x-axis. There we go. And then rectangle y-axis. It's right there. And then my rectangle width. I shouldn't have written rectangle. It's so long. Rectangle height. I should have probably just went with rect. Okay, just need those. So this is basically gonna draw my rectangle in my screen. Okay, wait, if I run the command real quick, might have to go with screen.fill. Screen.fill. Excuse me, guys. I don't know, 200, 200, 200. Okay, now if I run the command, value editor invalid, rect style object. I went, oh, okay, my bad. In a tuple. Now if I run the command, isn't that supposed to be gray? Did I mess up something here? Rectangle x-axis, y-axis, width and height. Should the width and height be outside my this? Okay, let's see if the width and height should be outside. Okay, it shouldn't. I definitely messed up somewhere. Let me actually write this again. Okay. Let me actually manually add my width and height. So my width, I wanted it to be 200. I wanted x-axis 200, y-axis 100, my width to be 60, my height to be 40. This should add my rectangle. It doesn't. Oh, I forgot to add my pygame.update. My bad, guys. Oh, my previous one was probably correct. Let me actually go here, run the command. Okay, perfect. I just needed a pygame.update. Okay, let me go with pygame.display okay, dot update. Okay, now it's going to draw a square. There we go, actually a rectangle. Okay, now to animate it, let me delete this. Okay, so to automate it, let me go and write a comment. Automate. Okay, so now to automate it, make it move horizontally at a speed of 7, bounce off left and right edges. So let's add an if statement. If my rectangle, or if my rectangle's x-axis is greater than, okay, is greater than, right? So it's greater than or equal to my rectangle's width. Width. Radius is supposed to be my width. Let me go with my rectangle x-axis actually is less than or equal to. I'll go with asterisk equals to my, plus equals to my velocity. Okay, this should make it move. It does not. What if I change this to greater than? Okay, that makes it move. Okay, it should be greater than. Now that it moves, let me go with a bounce. Maybe let me go with this as well. If my rectangle at x-axis is less than or equal to my rectangle width, my rectangle at x-axis minus equals to my rectangle's velocity. There we go. Okay, and add a colon here. Okay, now to add the bouncing motion, or whatever that thing is called. Let me go with bounce. Okay, so for my bounce, if my rectangle at x-axis is greater than or equal to my rectangle's width, I will add my velocity, rectangle's velocity, to be asterisk equals to -1, so it changes my +7 to -7. And then this is for my right wall. I'm pretty sure this is for my right wall. And now for my left wall, if my rectangle at x-axis is less than or equal to my rectangles, actually the width of my rectangles, so the width of my rectangle is less than or equal to, yeah, the, okay, x-axis minus the width. So my rectangle's x-axis minus my rectangle's width. Okay, this should work. Let me change my rectangle velocity. Control C. Guys, wait, did I mess up? Okay, there we go. Rectangle velocity asterisk equals to -1. Okay, now if I run the command, it should have the bouncing motion. Maybe because this should be greater than or equal to. Okay, it doesn't bounce. It should have bounced. Guys, why don't you wipe code? Honestly, I heard people say about wipe code. They said that it's not good to like wipe code as a beginner because it like gives you the answers. I'm trying to like learn the concept of coding first before I like start using wipe code. Honestly, I didn't like research much into wipe code, so I'm not that sure. This should be my left wall. Should I change these things? Okay, paste that there, add a space, copy that, delete that, paste that there. Okay, it sticks in one direction. What if this is less than or equal to? Okay, it just dips. Alright, wait, let me just go back here. Now change this to less than or equal to. Okay, it's in one direction. I did this mistake before. Let's see. Less than or equal to. Let me actually see the reference of the 4. Let me go up. Circle radius. Okay, so it was if my circle is greater than, or actually if my circle is less than or equal to my circle's radius, my left wall, my circle velocity asterisk equals to -1. Oh, okay, I forgot to add this. I added my rectangle at x-axis. I shouldn't have added x-axis. I should have added my screens, this thing. Okay, so it said if it's greater than or equal to my rectangle's width and height. No, I don't think height, because I'm not like going down to the y-axis. So okay, oh wait, I actually did a small mistake here. Let me change this. There we go. This should move and bounce back. Okay, it stops here. It shouldn't stop there. Minus my width. 800 minus my width, so that part works. This part is where I messed up, and this should be the left wall. Okay, this should be the right wall. Let's see. Okay, it bounces perfectly from here, but it stops here. Huh. asterisk equals to -1 if my rectangle at x-axis. Should I have gone with negative with oh okay, it still stops. I'm probably messing up somewhere here. Greater than velocity negative equals to this is automate minus equals to rectangles width. Okay, you know what? Let me actually copy this. Get sensei here. Sure, I actually figured out one place. Let me actually ask a question. Sensei, dot dot dot. So, my code works, but after it bounces from my left wall. Wait, shouldn't that be like a right wall? After it bounces from my right wall, it doesn't bounce off my left wall, and instead it stops. Okay. Oh man, you almost fixed it. Hey, how you doing, Dev Mindset? I appreciate you joining the stream. Did I like almost fix it? Okay, Vivek, what is this chaos? You're messing up the movement logic, your movement block. If rectangle underscore x-axis if my rectangle at x-axis is greater than or equal to rectangle underscore width, rectangle at x-axis plus equals to my rectangle velocity. If my rectangle at x-axis is less than or equal to my rectangle's width, my rectangle at x-axis minus equals to rectangle's velocity, okay, is completely unnecessary, and it's actually breaking the bounds. You only need one movement line each frame. Oh, I see. Rectangle x-axis plus equals to velocity. Then you check the walls in reverse direction when hitting them. Also, your left wall check is wrong. Right now you're checking if rectangle at x-axis is less than or equal to rectangle's width, but that's saying if my left edge is rectangle's width pixels from the screen from the left side, it should be 0, not rectangle width, because rectangle at x-axis is the left corner of the rectangle. Here's the fixed logic for a bouncing horizontally move. Rectangle at x-axis plus equals to rectangle velocity. Was all this unnecessary to write? I mean, it did say it's unnecessary. Okay, and then bounce. If my rectangle at x-axis, I should have added 0. Okay, maybe because it says rectangle slash square, I gotta add 0. I gotta ask the question next. If it's a circle, I should use radius. Okay, because circles don't have any edges. Rectangle underscore velocity asterisk equals to -1 if rectangle at x-axis. Okay, so that's left wall. For my right wall is greater than or equal to 800 minus width. Do this, and that rectangle will be smashing both walls like it owes them money. Okay, let me get sensei here. All right. I just needed one line here. This is the only line I needed. Let me copy that. Delete everything up till here. Delete everything up till here. Movement T. Okay, movement is going to be this. Okay, and now for my bounce. Not my rectangles width. I'll ask a question later. Why not my rectangles width? So this should bounce it off. Okay, that works. Let me actually ask a question now. Copy that, get sensei here. Okay, now let me paste it, add a bunch of spaces and say sensei, a question ... Why did I have to use less than or equal to 0 for the rectangle and not for the circle. Okay, listen Vivek, this is where understanding your position variable becomes crucial. Understanding position variable becomes crucial. Okay, for your circle at x-axis is the center of the circle. So the left edge is circle underscore x minus radius. That's why the left wall check was if circle underscore x-axis is greater than or equal to circle radius, circle underscore velocity is circle underscore velocity asterisk equals to -1. Okay, for your rectangle underscore x underscore axis is the top left corner of the rectangle. So the edge is exactly rectangle. Okay, rectangle at x-axis. There is no radius offset, so the check is simple. If rectangle, okay, at x-axis is greater than, actually it's less than or equal to 0, rectangle velocity, the key difference, center versus top left corner. Always ask which point of the shape am I using as my position. Okay, so if my circle's x-axis is less than or equal to my radius, circle's x-axis is less than or equal to my radius, so I have my circle here. X-axis is the center, so basically like a center dot. If it's less than or equal to my radius, okay, once you initialize that left, right, top, bottom boundary checks, if you want me, we can do 2 bouncing challenges. Alright, let me actually copy this, paste it here and say, since I can't honestly phrase it in my head, if my circle's x-axis, which is the center dot of my circle, if that is less than or equal to my circle's radius, which is the end of my circle, or like, is it the size of my circle? How should I think of it / phrase it in my head? Question mark. Maybe doing some water to process everything I just read. My mind is definitely not overwhelmed. Oh, I just dripped water all over me. Okay, Vivek, listen Vivek, this is crucial. I'll force it into your brain with clarity. Think of the circle like this. Okay, radius, center x, okay, that's my circle. Circle at the x-axis, the center of the circle radius, distance from center to the edge. Okay, so basically, do I have a ball? Okay, so this is my ball, that's my x-axis right at the center, and this is my radius, so all the way from my ball to here. Okay, when the left edge of the circle touches the left wall, left edge equals to circle minus circle radius, wall equals to 0. When the left edge of the circle touches the left wall, the left edge of the circle touches the left wall, left edge equals circle minus radius, wall equals 0. Oh, I see. So the condition is circle underscore x, circle underscore the x-axis of my circle minus the radius of my circle, if that is, excuse me guys, if that is less than or equal to 0, which can be written as if my circle at x-axis is less than or equal to my circle's radius. I see. In plain words for your brain, the circle bounces when the center of the circle is as far left as the radius. Okay, because that means the edge is touching the wall. You're not comparing the edge directly, you're comparing the center with the radius as an offset. Same logic applies for the right wall, but you subtract the radius from the screen width. Circle plus radius, circle at x-axis plus circle of my radius, if it's greater than or equal to my screen's width, can be written as circle at x-axis is greater than or equal to my screen's width minus my circle radius. Think of center plus equals to radius equals to edge, that's all. Think center plus, is that plus equals to or plus minus radius? Okay, center plus equals to radius equals to edge, that's all. If you want, I can make a quick mental picture trick so you never forget left versus right wall. Honestly, I just might need more practice. Let me just say, honestly, Sensei, I feel like I got a good grasp of it, but it's still weak. So can we do a few broken codes and don't point out what is wrong? Or let's see, fine Vivek, you want to live on the edges? Fine Vivek, you want to live on the edges? Fine, let's do some broken code, bouncing codes. I won't hold your hands or point out the error. You figure it out or suffer the consequences. Broken code number 1, horizontal rectangle bounce. Let me just copy this. So this is our code, okay? I need one code at a time, Sensei. Okay, let me actually paste this code here. Okay, let's figure out the error. So we imported PyGame, initialized PyGame, added an FPS, screen's width, our screen doesn't have a caption, so I mean that's fine. We have an x-axis, a y-axis, height, width, velocity. We have a running variable. While my running variable is set to true, I create my FPS clock.take60 for, and then I iterate over all my events in PyGame. So for every event in my pygame.event.get, this gets every event in PyGame. I will filter, I want a specific kind of event. If my event.type equals to pygame.quit, my running I'll reassign my running variable to be false. I have a pygame.quit here, okay, and then I fill my screen with 150, 150, 150, whatever that color is. Okay, and then pygame.draw.rect. Okay, so I draw on my screen. Color is red of my rectangle. X-axis 100, y-axis is 200, width is 50, height is 30. Now for movement, x-axis plus equals to velocity bounce. If my x-axis is less than or equal to 0, so let's think of it like this. I have a rectangle, I don't know, I'll just use my mic. So that's my rectangle. And if it moves, excuse me guys, it moves in an x-axis, so horizontally, that's my wall. If my x-axis is less than or equal to 0, is that 0? Okay, it goes to the left wall, so top left is 0, so 0. My velocity asterisk equals to -1, so it's going to hit and it's going to go back. Okay, that works. And then if my x-axis is greater than or equal to 800 minus width, the width of my x-axis is 50, so basically we're talking about the edges. So if my edge touches the right wall, my velocity changes to -1. So instead of being 7 or whatever my velocity was, 6, is going to be -6, and it's going to move to the other wall, and then it's going to bounce back and forth. This should work. Let's see. Okay. Oh, perfect, works. Okay, that was honestly easy because it's a broken code. I can explain it, but I want to be able to write it as well with more complicating variables and everything. Okay, that was a lot for my brain, so I had to let me paste it out a bunch of space and say, let's say Alright, I feel like I get it. So for the left wall, I just need to add my x-axis. I just need to not add, I just need to check if my x-axis is less than or equal to my width. And for my right wall, I just need to check if my x-axis is 800 minus my width, right? If my if my circle y-axis is, if my x-axis is greater than or equal to 800 minus my width, right? Exactly, Vivek, you're thinking correctly, but let me slap clarity on it. For a rectangle, x-axis is the top left corner, left wall. You don't want x-axis to go past 0, okay, because left wall is 0. So the check is if my x-axis is less than or equal to my 0, okay. Velocity asterisk equals to -1, okay, I get that. Not width. Width is the size, not the position. Right wall, you don't want the right edge. X-axis plus width to go past 800. So the check is, you don't want the right edge to go past 800. So the check is if my x is, okay, 800 is basically my right edge. So my left edge is 0. It hits the left side, it bounces back, then when it hits the right side, honestly, shouldn't it goes this side? If I like go to my pie chart, isn't this supposed to be right? And isn't that supposed to be left? I don't get it. I guess I'll think that this is my left hand from now, and I'm like left hand dominant. I don't know. Alright, let me open Sensei back. Okay, right wall, you don't want the right edge x plus width to go past 800. So the check is if my x-axis is greater than or equal to 800 minus my width. Okay, for clarity, for a circle, it's slightly different because circle is the center, okay, then you're offset by the radius. If circle is less than or equal to my radius, left wall, if my x-axis of my circle, the center of my circle, excuse me guys, is greater than or equal to, is greater than or equal to 800 minus radius, right wall. Think rect equals to corners, circle equals to center. Once you get that mental mapping, left versus right, top versus bottom, all walls becomes mechanical. If you want, we can do a challenge to a circle bouncing vertically so your brain sees radius, offset, and action. Honestly, let me say, Sensei, can we just work on horizontal for a few more questions until I don't get a good grasp on it, question mark. And let's do instructional based questions one at a time as well, guys, ignore my quintillion typos. Walk. Okay, perfect, one at a time. Okay, fine, Vivek, we're going to hammer horizontal movement in your skull before you even think about vertical. Here's your challenge number 1. I swear, we've been in challenge number 1 for when? Instruction, create a challenge. create a Pygame window of size 800 by 600, draw a purple rectangle of size 80 by 50. Okay, at x-axis 50 and y-axis 400, make it move automatically horizontally at a speed of 8 pixels per frame. Make it bounce off the left and right walls properly. Use clock for 60 FPS and pygame.display.update. Close the game cleanly when the user clicks the close button. Okay, let me get Sensei here. Okay, Control A to delete, actually, Control A to copy all. Control A, there we go. Okay, perfect. Now, let me start off by importing Pygame. Let me import Pygame and let me initialize Pygame by adding pygame.init. Okay, perfect. Now, let me add an FPS. So, FPS is going to be of 60. So, I'll create a clock variable, set it equal to my pygame.time.clock. Okay, there we go. Now let me add a display. So for my display, let me go with pygame.display.setMode. I'll add a tuple. I want my screen to be 800 by 600 inches. Or is that called inches? Okay, and then let me add a caption. Pygame.display.caption. I don't know, I'll just keep it something as subscribe. I spelled it wrong, no. There we go. Okay, and then for my couple of variables, let me go with, I don't know, positions. Okay. Or let me add, I'm making a square, right? So let me go with actually rectangle x-axis equals to 150. Let me copy this. Add a bunch of spaces, maybe go up, add a y-axis, change my x to be y, 150 to be 400. Okay, and then my width and height is going to be 80 and 50. So rect underscore width equals to 80 and rect underscore height equals to 50. Okay, perfect. Make it automatically make it move automatically horizontal at a speed of 8 pixels per frame. Let me add a rect underscore velocity equals to 8 pixels. Okay, and then make it bounce off the left and right walls. So let me create a is running equals to true. Okay, there we go. And then let me add a while loop. So while my is running, while the game is running, while my is running is set to true, I'll add my FPS. So I'll reuse my clock dot tick at 60, maybe add a comment of FPS here, and then let me go ahead and add my event loop and iterate over all my Pygame events for every event in my pygame.event.get. I'll search for a specific event. If my event.type equals to pygame.quit, I will set my is running to be equal to false, and then I will exit off my for loop, and now I will add graphics. Okay, for my graphics, let me draw something. Before I draw, let me fill my screen. So my screen dot fill, I don't know, 200, 200, 200. That's gonna give me a good gray color. And then pygame.draw rectangle. I want my surface to be my screen. I want to draw in my screen. It's going to be a purple rectangle. Purple rectangle. I don't know the RGB code of purple, so I'm just going to be writing purple, and then add a tuple. My x-axis, y-axis, width and height. So my rect x-axis. Okay, my rect y-axis. My rect height. Actually, let's go with width, and my rect height. Okay, perfect. And now let me go ahead and add a bunch of spaces. Zoom out and go with pygame.display dot update, exit my for loop and add a pygame dot quit. Okay, now this was my graphics where I drew stuff. I gotta add now movement. So for my movement, I'll go with my rectangle at x-axis plus equals to my rectangle's velocity. Okay, now for the bounce motion. So now for the bounce motion or bounce movement, I'll go with, if it hits my left wall, let me go with my left wall first, then my right wall. Apparently this is my left wall. That's my right hand, by the way. Let me go with, I don't know, if my rectangle, so my rectangle is my object, my x-axis. So if my rectangle at x-axis, because I plus equals to my velocity, I add my velocity to my x-axis of my rectangle, which is 150. So it's gonna add by 8 every time. If my rect at x-axis is less than or equal to, because it's the left wall, is less than or equal to my, actually it's less than or equal to 0 because it's a rectangle, not a circle, I will go with my rectangle velocity asterisk equals to -1. So it's going to convert my +8 to be -8. And then let me go with, if my, actually let me add a note here, left wall. Okay, now if my rectangle at x-axis, okay, if my rectangle at x-axis is greater than or equal to my screen, which is going to be 800 minus my rectangle's width. Okay, my rectangle's velocity is, I'll do asterisk equals to -1. So it's basically going to convert my +8 to -8 again if my rectangle, basically my rectangle's width, which is the end of it, the side of it, if it touches or exits my screen, if that made any sense. Now if I were to run the command, wait, it's a circle? Hold up, current file, did I draw a circle by mistake? It's a rectangle. Guys, does this look like a rectangle to you guys? Hold up, wait, it says automate objects, it doesn't, my display says subscribe. Current file, PyGame error, surface is not initialized. Is that my main file? It says my practice. My main file is a circle. Let's actually Control A this, delete everything from here, go here. Import error, cannot import name screen from main file. What now? I'm pretty sure I did everything correct. Hold up, let me check. Ah, there we go. Screen. Oh, I'm so stupid. Screen equals to PyGame. Let me actually go here and Control Z this. There we go. And add this a tuple. I should have gone slow. I was going so quick for no reason. There you go. Rectangle, bounce motion. Works. Perfection in a cup, guys. Actually, maybe perfection in PyCharm. Okay, that was a lot to process. Paste it, send it, check if I'm audible. Okay, perfect. Alright, that's it, Vivek. Spot on. Purple rectangle bounces perfectly between left and right walls. Correct use of rectangle underscore x underscore axis plus equals to rectangle underscore velocity. Only the movement line needed. Left wall check. Okay, left wall check equals to less than or equal to 0, right wall check. Okay, so only for the right wall I gotta do all this. Left wall I just gotta add 0 because if it hits the left wall. FPS and display updates are solid. Excuse me guys, your brain is finally clicking on horizontal bouncing logic. Honestly, yeah, it is. Next step, I want to trick you slightly. Challenge 2 will add second rectangle moving in the opposite direction, but you'll have to think about starting positions and velocity signs. This will cement your understanding of horizontal movement fully. Do you want me to give that next challenge? Yes, sensei. This looks tricky. You might have to drink some water. Good, listen closely, Vivek. This one will force you to think. Instruction challenge number 2, two rectangles, opposite directions. Pygame window is, okay, so we're going to be having a window of 800 by 600 pixels. Draw two rectangles. Rectangle A size 80 by 50 starts at the x-axis 100, y-axis is 300, moving at 6 pixels per frame. Okay, so the velocity is going to be 6. Rectangle B size is 60 by 40. Okay, start at the x-axis 600, y-axis 500, moving left at 4 pixels per frame. Okay, both rectangles should bounce off the left and right wall independently. Use clock at 60 fps. Clear the screen each frame. Draw both rectangles and update the display. Make the game close cleanly when clicking the close button. Think carefully about starting directions and velocity. Each rectangle needs its own velocity. Okay, alright, so let me get some say here. Okay, this is going to be slightly tricky, but not anything that I didn't learn so far, so I should know this. So let me start off by importing Pygame and initializing Pygame. So pygame.init, that starts Pygame. Let me add a clock variable equals to pygame.time.clock. This is going to add my FPS later. Now let me go ahead and add display. I'm adding a comment because display. I'm adding a comment because it's good habit. Then create a screen variable equals to pygame.display.setMode. I want it to be a tuple of 800 by 600 pixels. Okay, and then let me add a caption. So the caption is going to be pygame dot display. Oh my gosh, display dot set captions. The caption, I don't know, moving objects. There we go. Okay, and then let me add a variables for my first rectangle. So rect a, maybe this sounds better. Rect a positions. Okay, so my rect a positions, I'll need a rect underscore a equals to actually x-axis. X-axis? Does that even make any sense? Is this how people write it? Equals to I'm here, school. How are you doing, Sisha? I appreciate you joining the stream. Okay, rectangle A x-axis is gonna be okay. So what did my x-axis have to be? Let's see. So for my rectangle A, the x-axis is going to be 100 and the y-axis is going to be 300. So 100, copy that, paste it, change that to 300, change x to y. All right, perfect. And then my width is going to be 80 and height is going to be 50. So let me paste it here. Actually delete just that much. Width is going to be 80. Copy that, paste it. Height is going to be 50. Okay, and the velocity of my rectangle A is going to be 6 pixels. So rect a vel. Vel stands for velocity. equals to, let's see, 6 pixels. Okay, now let me copy this exact thing, paste it here, change A to B, change A to B, A to B, A to B, A to B, and A to B. Okay, for my positions, it needs to be at the x-axis gotta be 600, y-axis gotta be 500. Okay, the B, rect B equals to 80. So the width is going to be 60 and the height is going to be 40. 60 by 40, and the velocity is going to be 4 pixels. Okay, perfect. And then let me add a is underscore let me add a is underscore running, a boolean variable to be true, and then add a while loop. So while is running, while my is running is set to true. Did I import something? I feel like I did. Never mind. While my is running is set to true, I will add my FPS. So my clock variable dot tick 60. Maybe, I don't know, or go back. Maybe add a comment that says FPS, and now a comment that says event loops. Then I'll iterate over all my pygame.event, pygame events by saying for every event in my pygame.event.get, I'll find a specific event. If my event.type equals to pygame.quit, I will set my is running to be equal to false, and then I will go with pygame.quit. Okay, now for the graphics, let me exit my for loop and add a comment that says graphics. Let's draw something. So I gotta draw 2 rectangles. Oh crap, category 4 hurricane predicted in the Atlantic Ocean. I'm panicking since I'm in Florida. Honestly, be careful, see show. Yeah, I mean, do you guys like, I honestly never had hurricanes here. Yeah, but just be careful. Okay, now let's draw. Let me go with pygame.draw.rectangle. Okay, so I'm gonna start off by drawing a rectangle. The surface is going to be my screen. I want to draw on my screen. What's the color for my rectangle A? Okay, this is my graphics for my rectangle A, right? Okay, so the rectangle A is gonna be, what color? Since it didn't say me the color, I don't know, that is red. Okay, and then add a tuple of my x-axis, y-axis. So my rect, okay, my rect A x-axis. There we go. And then rect A y-axis. There we go. And then my rect A width, my rectangle A's width. There we go. And then my rect, excuse me guys, my rect A's height. Guys, am I blind? Is there rect? I see a rect A width here. Where's my rect A height? Oh, there you go. Okay, perfect. Okay, and maybe I'll add a comment that says rectangle A and copy that. Actually, I don't want to copy it. It's going to be such a big chore. Okay, now go with my pygame.draw.rect. Okay, so I want to draw on my screen. This, I'll keep the rectangle color purple. Purple. Okay, and now for my rectangle B's x-axis. So let me go with rectangle B x-axis, and then my rectangle B's y-axis, then my rectangle B's width, my rectangle B's height. Perfection in a cup, guys. Actually, perfection in PyCharm. Let me go with rectangle C, rectangle B's. Okay, rectangle B. Maybe I should add a screen.fill I'll add 200, 200. Actually, let me add a tuple. So screen.fill tuple 200, 200, 200. Okay, this is going to give me a good gray color. Alright, so now I added the objects. Now to move the objects, let me actually add a comment that says movement. Okay, so for the movement, let me go with, I don't know, my rect A. So the x-axis of my rectangle A, let me plus equal to that, or like add that with my rectangle A's velocity. Okay, next for my rectangle B's x-axis, let me add that with my rectangle B's velocity. My rectangle B's velocity. Okay, perfect. Now let's add the bounce movement. So bounce movement. We got hit by Halloween Cat 4 estimated 78.7 billion in damage estimate, and Milton Cat 5 caused 47 tornadoes, 50 billion in estimated damages. Honestly, that's pretty crazy. Just be safe. Okay, so now for the bounce movements. Bounce movement for, let's go with rect A. So this is the bounce movement for my rectangle A. Let's go with, honestly, let me just run the command real quick. Let me add a bunch of spaces and add, actually go down, maybe up, and go with PyGame.display .update. Okay, let's check if my rectangles move. Okay, good, they do move. Okay, that's a nice thing. Now let's go with adding the bounce motion. So first, let's go with rectangle A. So my rectangle A at x-axis. Okay, rectangle A at x-axis. Let's see. Should I plus it? Maybe. Actually, not plus. I actually do know what I'm doing. I just can't think. If it's less than or equal to 0, which is basically my left wall, that's going to be my left wall. It's basically right. I don't understand that part. But if it like hits the left wall, it's going to be 0. My screen's display is 800 by 600 inches or pixels, whatever that thing is called. As soon as it hits the 0, it's going to go back, because I'll change my, actually let me add a if statement. If my rectangle A, I'll go with rect A's velocity. So my rectangle A's velocity asterisk equals to -1. This is going to change my +6 to -6. Okay, and then this should actually do the bounce motion for my right wall. Let me add a bunch of spaces. Go here and I don't know, add a left wall. So left wall. Okay, perfect. And then for my right wall, if my rectangle A at x-axis is greater than or equal to 800, which is my screen's inches, minus my rectangle's width, minus my rectangle A's width. There we go. Okay, I'll go with rect A velocity asterisk equals to -1. And this is going to be my right wall. Right wall. Okay, so this should work if I run the command. It bounces, bounces. Okay, perfection in actually perfection in Python, guys. All right, so let's go with a bounce movement for my rect B. Okay, I'll add an if statement. If my rect B, if the x-axis of my rect B is greater than or equal to 0, which is going to be my left wall, let me go with rect B's velocity asterisk equals to -1. That's going to be my left wall. Let me add a comment, left wall, or maybe uppercase the L. capitalize the L. Okay, if my rect B, now let's go with right wall at x-axis, is greater than or equal to, let's see, since it's a rectangle, let me go with my screen's width, 800, minus my rect B's width. My rect B's width. There we go. Okay, I will go with rect B. My rect B's velocity asterisk equals to -1. Maybe add a bunch of spaces and write a right wall here. Now if I run the command, both of them, okay, -1, my bad guys, -1. Okay, now both of them should bounce off perfectly. There we go. Okay, that's in 1 year, by the way. Just last year that happened. That's honestly pretty insane. Yeah, I just hope you guys are safe. Looking good. Oh yeah, that's like word. Looks, yeah, it actually was pretty hard to understand at the beginning, but I just realized the more practice you get, it just, honestly, I feel like when I was learning the basics of Python, that was much harder than PyGames. PyGames, most things I just need to memorize. Like, I don't know if that's what like most programmers do after they like use an engine, like I don't know, like Unity or something. Take whatever I say like with a grain of salt. I honestly don't know much of what I'm saying for now. Okay, perfect. We make two rectangles bouncing independently. Each has its own velocity. Wall checks. Rectangle A starts moving right, positive velocity. Rectangle B starts moving left, negative velocity. Direction initially would also work. FPS display, update, and clean quit, all solid. You clearly understand horizontal movement and bouncing logic. Next step, I want to challenge you slightly more. Instructional challenge number 3, variable speed and sizes. 3 rectangles with different sizes and different horizontal speeds. All should bounce independently off the left and right wall. 3 rectangles, okay, with different sizes and different horizontal speeds. Use the same 800 by 600 window and 60 FPS. This will cement your grasp of managing multiple moving objects with independent velocities. Do you want to tackle this next? Bet. Alright, so I'm not going to be deleting my whole code because I do want to get used to adding stuff to my code. So to add that, I'll just have to add a bunch of spaces here. Maybe go with, and it could be I don't want to delete because I don't want to type the whole code. It's actually not because of that. I enjoy like typing the whole code, but I do want to get used to like adding updates to my already made code. I don't know if that's made any sense. Okay, rectangle C's position. Let me go with rect. Let me copy this. I'm way too lazy to type it all out. Actually, it's not even about typing it all out. I just type rect and I get the highlights of these. That's kind of annoying. Change that to C. Actually, I realized if I change it to C, it's much easier. And if I go from the bottom. Okay, there we go. Different positions. How do I know what position should I change this to? 700? Wait, what's the 600? 100, 600. Let's go with 300 and I don't know, 100. Different widths. Let's go with 100 and 100. It's going to be a square. It's not even going to be a rectangle anymore. Okay, velocity. This is going to be pretty quick. Actually, hold up. That's 60-40, right? Let me go with 30-20. This is going to be a tiny rectangle with a even quicker speed. So that's 4, that's 6. Let's give this 8. Okay, now let's add a bounce motion. Let me update my movement. So copy that, paste it here, go down, delete that, change this to C. Okay, perfect. And now let me go here, delete that, maybe go here. All right, perfect. So let me go with a comment, bounce movement rect C. Okay, so if my rectangle sees x-axis, oh my gosh, there's so many. Do I actually gotta type it? my rectangle C's, okay, there we go, x-axis is less than or equal to 0, excuse me guys, which means my rectangle's x-axis 100, it's going to be the edges. I'm pretty sure if the edges touch the end of my display, which is set to 800 pixels, the left is going to be 0, the right is going to be 800. Left is the minimum, right is the maximum. If that happens, let me add a comment here. Left wall. Okay, if that happens, I'm going to convert my velocity. Let me go with my rect C. Rect C's velocity is going to be asterisk equals to -1. Basically, what asterisk equals to -1 does is it changes my +8 to -8. Okay, and then if my rect C, let's do it for the right wall as well. If my rect C is x-axis, there we go, is greater than or equal to my screen's width, which is going to be 800. My display's inches, 800, because my screen's from here. That's 0. That's 0. That's 800 apparently. Minus my rectangle B's width, rectangle C's width. This is going to be my right wall. I will convert my rect C's velocity to be asterisk equals to -1. This should give me the perfect bouncing motion. Hello? Did I like mess up somewhere? Oh my, I missed so many comments. I'm here, the other Python learner. Great job solving that task. I feel like you already know a lot more than me. There's no way. You could just copy the previous lines of code and change it. Honestly, that does make sense. By the way, how are you doing, Formidable Thunder? I appreciate you joining the stream. Okay, did I like mess up something? There's no way, right? So the x-axis is less than or equal to 0. Okay, my rect C's velocity asterisk equals to -1. Rect C's x-axis is greater than or equal to 800. C, right wall. Did I have a B somewhere? No, I didn't. Rect C's velocity asterisk equals to -1. Shouldn't that be? Okay, if I messed up, it's definitely my position. Why does that one thing just dip? Alright, probably rect A. Oh, there we go. Rect C. Okay, I use rect B. Should be real careful, guys. Okay, did I add my coordinates wrong? Alright, I gotta figure out my coordinates now. Okay, so my x-axis, let's go with 700 in that case, because that's 600. Actually, let's go with 500. And that's 500. Let me go with 400. At least I'll be able to see it in my screen, right? No? What coordinates should I add? 50, 100? Yo, guys, am I messing up my coordinates? I'm doing great, just enjoying this content. Okay. Am I messing up my coordinates? How do I... You know what? Let's copy the same coordinates. Let's go with 600 and 500. Okay, now if I were to run the command. Alright. Oh, I didn't draw my rectangle. I'm such an idiot. Of course. Where am I going to get my coordinates from if I didn't draw my rectangle? Let me go with the before one. Guys, I don't see me drawing a rectangle here. Let me actually draw the rectangle real quick. That was so stupid. Oh my gosh. Okay, so pygame.draw.rect. Okay, I want the surface is going to be my screen. I want the color to be pink. Okay, there we go. And now for my x-axis, y-axis. So let me go with rect C's x-axis. Okay, and then my rect C's y-axis. Okay, that's my axes. Now let me go with rect C's height.
Actually, let me go with width first. Width, and my rect C is height. Okay, perfect. Now it should show. There we go, the tiny pink thing. Actually, let me change it to black. Black might look much more clear because it's pretty small. There we go. Perfection in a cup. It's 11 p.m. for me now, so I thankfully don't have this problem XD. Yeah, it's so tedious in a way, I feel like, because I gotta like keep every small detail in mind. But let me actually copy this. Get Sensei here. Okay, figured how to automate stuff, I guess. Now I gotta work with the y-axis, so it moves randomly, and then the random module as well, actually. Excellent, Vivek. Look at that. 3 rectangles bouncing independently, each with different sizes and speeds. Left, right, wall logic applied perfectly for each. Movement is smooth, display updates correctly, and game quits cleanly. Your horizontal bouncing skill is now solid. You clearly understand how to handle multiple objects, how to apply independent velocities and wall checks, how to calculate edges versus positions for rectangles. Next step, I'm ready to move towards circle bouncing horizontal. Honestly, yeah, I do need to work with horizontal if I go with vertical, like circles as well. So you can internalize radius offsets. That's the last piece before we mix horizontal and vertical bouncing. Do you want to do that next? Let me say, yes, sensei. You can make Pong now, Kappa? I've heard of Pong. Is Pong like ping pong? Sorry, I like to use Twitch emotes. Honestly, I should start streaming in Twitch as well. I don't have enough time. Okay, good. Time to push your brain further, Vivek. Instructional challenge, horizontal circle bounce. PyGame window 800 by 600. Okay, draw a blue circle with radius of 40 starting at 100 and 300. Make it move horizontally at 7. The speed is supposed to be 7 pixels per frame. That's my velocity. Make it bounce off the left and right walls properly. Taking the radius into account, use clock at 60 FPS, clear the screen each frame and update the display. Close the game cleanly when the user clicks the close button. Okay, think carefully about how the radius changes the wall checks. Write the code and send it. Okay, let me get Sensei. Is used to convey sarcasm. Yeah, guys, I'm not that good with jokes. I forgot to actually. I've been real busy. My humor is kind of bad, I feel like. I gotta work on my humor, guys. Okay, maybe me just talking is like a joke. Alright, let me start up by importing PyGames. Actually, PyGame. And then let me initialize PyGame by going with pygame.init. Okay, perfect. And then let me add a clock variable. Clock equals to pygame.time.clock. Okay, there we go. This is going to be my FPS. Maybe I'll write FPS. Okay, and now for my display. It's a good habit to add comments. Let me add a variable called screen equals to pygame.display.set mode. I want it to be a tuple of 800 by 600, the size of my screen. And then let me add a I don't know, what's it called, a caption. So pygame.display.set caption. So I don't know, keep the caption. This is circle, right? So circle movement. I could have kept it as automated or automate circle. Okay, so next up, let me go with position. So let me go with circle. Position doesn't sound correct, honestly. Let me go with details. Okay. Did I add everything that I needed here? Screen, there. Okay, that should sound good. Okay, so let me go with my circle underscore x-axis. Do I have it already imported? Okay, circle x-axis equals to, what's the x-axis gotta be? 100 and 300. So x-axis is going to be 100. Let me copy that. Paste it here. Change x to be y and circle's y-axis to be 300. Maybe go here, Control A, delete everything so it doesn't get in my way. And then go with my circle underscore radius equals to 40. Okay, perfect. All right, now let me add my velocity. So circle underscore velocity equals to 7 pixels per frame. I can make Pong in one line XD 500 characters. Pong in one line is kind of crazy. Alright, so honestly, I do need to start working on actually making games, but first I'm trying to grasp all the basics of PyGames. So the next thing, let me add a variable called is underscore running, a boolean variable. I'll set it to be true, and then let me add a while loop. So while my is running, while my game is running, or my is running is set to true, let me add my FPS. So my clock dot tick 60 FPS. Maybe I'll add a comment here that says FPS, and then let me add another comment that says event loops, and iterate over all my Pygame events. So for every event in my Pygame dot event dot get, okay, I'm gonna check, I'm gonna look for a specific event. If my event dot type equals to Pygame dot quit, I'll set my is running to be equal to false. Okay, and then let me go with Pygame dot quit. Pygame slash quit. There we go. Okay, perfect. Now let's go with the graphics. Let me add a bunch of spaces. Let me add a bunch of spaces. Now exit my for loop. Go with graphics. Okay, let's start off by actually spaces does look pretty good. Okay, let's start off by drawing a circle. So let me go with pygame.draw.circle. I want to draw the circle on my surface, which is my screen, and then what color should the circle be? Draw a blue circle. So let me go with blue. Okay, and then I'll add a tuple. I need to like open another tab that like has the RGB colors, because I feel like it'd be much better if I use RGB colors. Okay. Now to add my x-axis and y-axis for my circles. So my circle's x-axis and my circle's y-axis and my circle's radius. Okay, this drew my object. If I were to actually, I gotta go with screen.fill. Screen.fill. Let me fill my screen with, I don't know, 200, 200, 200, a nice gray color. Maybe a tuple of my, okay, I'll add this in a tuple. There we go. I forgot to add pygame.update. Let me go here, bunch of spaces, go with pygame.display.update. There we go, this updates my display. Maybe cancel this. Excuse me, guys. Okay, now if I run the command, there we go, a nice blue circle. Okay, now for the movement. Let me add a movement. Okay, so for my movement, let's add my x-axis, my circle's x-axis, which is going to be my center of my circle, plus equals to my circle's velocity. Okay, I'm not using y-axis yet because I'm going in a horizontal position, not in a vertical yet. And then let me go with another comment that says bounce, I don't know, movement. Okay, so for my bounce movement, let me actually delete that. Now space looks good. Okay, so for my bounce movement, let me go with my circle's x-axis. If my circle's x-axis is less than or equal to my circle's radius. Okay. There we go. If my circle's x-axis is less than or equal to my radius, I will change my circle's velocity to be asterisk equals to -1. So it's going to convert my +7 to -7. And then if my, this is from my left wall, or let me add a comment. There we go. Okay, now for my right wall, if my circle's x-axis is greater than or equal to, did I add a width? I mean, my circle shouldn't have a width. Okay, 800 minus my circle's radius. Okay, this is going to be my right wall. I will change my circle's velocity to be asterisk equals to -1. And now if I were to run the command, it's going to bounce. perfection in PyGame, guys. Actually, in PyCharm. Okay, I think I'm pretty much ready to. I honestly want to use ellipse and like lines as well, but let's paste this. Okay, let me check if I'm still audible because my mic just randomly stops working. Okay, there we go. Perfect, Vivek. Finally, look at that beauty. Blue circle bounces horizontally perfectly. Radius is correctly considered for left and right walls. Movement is smooth. Display updates properly. And game closes cleanly. Our horizontal movement mastery is now fully solid. Rectangles and circles independent. Velocities, wall checks, radius, offsets, all clear. Step. I can push you into vertical movement with circle. I can push you into vertical movement with circles. Oh my gosh, I can't read. Okay, which will teach you top, bottom, wall logic and radius offsets vertically. Okay, I guess do you want to tackle vertical bouncing next? Yes, sensei, let's actually tackle vertical next. Maybe drink some water. Honestly, my lips is pretty dehydrated. Let me lubricate it. Okay, perfect. Alright, good. Time to upgrade your brain again, Vivek. Instructional PyGame challenge. Instructional challenge. Vertical circle bounce. PyGame window 800 by 600. Okay. Draw a red circle with radius 30 starting at 400, 100. Make it move vertically at a speed of 5 pixels per frame. I posted the code on Discord after the stream. You can try it if you want the one-line Pong. Honestly, I might just try it. Okay, make it bounce off the top and bottom walls properly, taking the radius into account. Use clock at FPS. Use clock at 60 FPS. Clear the screen each frame and update the display. Close the game cleanly when the user clicks the close button. Think carefully about how the Y coordinates and radius changes your wall checks. Okay, write the code. Alright. Okay, I guess we're going with the right code. Let me actually just do this real quick. Let me just go to Bluetooth. You missed that, guys. Where's the generic? Okay, never mind. Alright, so let me delete all these. Let me start up by importing PyGame. Okay, and then go with pygame.init. Not input. Pygame.init. Oh my gosh, pygame.init. There we go. That excuse me, guys. That initializes PyGame, and then pygame. I'll add a clock variable for my FPS equals to pygame.time.clock. Alright, maybe I'll add a comment that says FPS here, and then for my display I'll add, I don't know, a variable called screen equals to pygame.display.setMode. I'll set a tuple of 800 and 600. Okay, and then for my caption, pygame.display.caption. I'll keep it as automate vertically. Okay, and then for my let's go with the details. So we had a comment, circle details. Okay, there we go. Okay, so for my circle details, draw a red circle with a radius of 30 starting at the x-axis of 400 and y-axis of 100. So let me go with circle underscore x equals to 400 and circle underscore x equals to 100. There we go. Oh, circle underscore y, my bad, guys. Okay, perfect. And then a circle radius, circle underscore radius equals to 30. Okay, next up, make it move vertically at a speed of 5 pixels per frame. So let me add a circle underscore velocity equals to 5 pixels per frame. Make it move vertically at a speed of 5. Okay, make it bounce off the top and bottom walls properly, taking the radius into account. All right, so let me go with an is underscore running equals to true. So a boolean variable to be true, and a while loop. So while is running, while my program is running, or while my is running is set to true, I will create my FPS. So use my clock variable dot tick 60 and add a comment FPS, and then let me go with game loops, another comment, and iterate over all my pygame loops. So for every event in my pygame dot display, actually no, pygame dot event dot time dot get. Okay, I will check for a specific event. If my event type, or if my event dot type equals to pygame dot quit, I will set my is running boolean variable to be equal to false. Okay, perfect. And then I will add my pygame dot quit. There you go. All right, and now outside my, actually let me go with a pygame dot display, or dot display dot update as well. Okay, now let me add a graphic. Let me add a space. Okay, there we go, graphics. So now let me draw my circle. So I'll go with pygame.draw.circle. I want the surface of my circle to be my screen. So I'm going to draw on my screen. It's going to be a red circle, red. Okay, and then I'll add a tuple. I'll add my x-axis, y-axis, and outside my tuple I'll add my radius. So let's go with circles x-axis, comma circles y-axis. Outside, let me go with my circles radius. Okay, perfection, guys. This basically draws my object. Now let me go ahead and add a movement. Okay, movement. So my circle at y-axis this time, because we're going, is it vertical? Yeah guys, I'm kind of stupid. Was it vertical or horizontal? We're going standing line. Okay, so circle at y-axis plus equals to my velocity. Okay, now let's go with another comment for my bounce movement. Okay, let me add an if statement. Okay, so now I wouldn't have to go with left wall and right wall. I'll have to go with up and down. And basically, since this was left and that was right, this is my right hand, by the way. That wouldn't be my up and that wouldn't be my down. That would be my down and that would be my up. I'm just saying, I don't know if that's true. Let's try it though. So if my circle at y-axis is less than or equal to my radius, my circle's radius, this is going to be my, okay, if this is supposed to be my left hand, this is my right hand, then up should be down, right? I'll go with, this is my top. I don't know, I'll see later. Let me go with down. Okay, I will change my velocity. So my circle's velocity is going to be asterisk equals to -1, which means I'm multiplying my velocity, which is technically 5 with -1. That's not going to change the number. It's just going to change the it's just going to change positive, negative. Okay, and if my circle's y-axis is greater than or equal to, okay, so it's 800 by 600. So this time I'll have to add 600 minus my circle's radius. Okay, this is going to be up. Okay, so my circle's velocity is going to be asterisk equals to -1. This should work. I forgot, guys. Let me go ahead and before I draw it, do screen dot fill a nice gray color, a tuple of nice gray color. There we go. Oh my, 200, 200, 200. Okay, there we go. I did want to check one thing. What if I delete this? This is down. It goes down, guys. See, I literally told you this is supposed to be up, but it goes down. So basically, Python is like opposite. My right hand is my left hand is my right hand, my bottom is my top, and my top is my bottom. If that made any sense. Okay, I guess we did it. Let's copy this. Get sensei here. Paste it. Send it. Oh, my back honestly hurts. Or Vivek, this is 95% correct, but let's straighten your thinking before you get cocky. Honestly, I feel like I was getting cocky. My bad, guys. Circle bounces correctly because you consider the radius. Circle bounces correctly because you consider the radius, but your comments are backwards. Never mind. Circle is less than, if my circle is less than or equal to circle radius is top wall, not down. Circle at index y greater than 600 minus theta is bottom wall, not up. The code works, but always label your walls correctly. Oh, in your head, or you'll confuse yourself in vertical plus horizontal combined movements. Next challenge, I want you to make a circle bounce. I want you to make a circle bounce both horizontally and vertically. Okay, like a mini pong ball. So you finally masterful 2D automated movement. Do you want to tackle that next? Honestly, yeah. Okay, so we have a circle that goes with bottom and top and bottom. But, let me actually change these. Okay, never mind, guys. I was wrong. Python doesn't look it that way. I'm just kind of stupid, I feel. Alright, let me change this to down. Alright, so I'm not going to delete the code, not because I'm lazy. Could be because I'm lazy. Circle 1 details. Or let's go with circle underscore A details. And I will copy this. Paste it here. This is going to be circle B. This is gonna do. I'll have to write so much for this. Fine, I'll write it. Underscore B. Underscore B. Underscore B. Underscore A. Underscore A. Underscore A. AS. Underscore A. Okay, perfect. That wasn't that much to write if I think about it. I wish I could refactor it. I got it right in manually. It's okay, guys. I got this. Gotta take deep breaths. Honestly, it's not even that hard if we see it, but I wish there was like an easier. What if I had to like change like the entire code up? Okay. A. Alright, perfect. There we go. Okay, now I add one drawing. I add a drawing for my circle B. PyGame dot draw dot circle. I'm drawing a circle. I want to draw it on my screen. This time, let me keep the circle black. I don't know. Okay, and then let me add a tuple that has my circle B's. I honestly didn't change any of these. I'm so lazy. 100, 500. I don't know. Change the radius. Let's make the circle relatively bigger, 50, and the velocity relatively slower, 3. All right. So my circle. Excuse me, guys. My circle x-axis B. My circle x-axis, y-axis B. Okay, and then my circle radius B. Alright, perfect. I drew my object. Now let me go with circle. This goes through my y-axis, actually my x-axis. So this is going to go vertically. I already have a horizontal one. Should I add like movement? Let's go with horizontal movement. Okay, so this is horizontal movement. Let me add another comment that says vertical movement. vertical movement. Okay, so my vertical movement will go with circle velocity b plus equals to circle velocity, no, circle at y-axis b. Okay, plus equals to my circle velocity b. All right, perfection, guys. And then bounce movement for circle A. Let's go with a bounce movement for circle B. Circle B. Okay, there we go. All right, now if my circle B at x-axis, so circle xb is less than or equal to my circle B radius, circle radius B, this is supposed to be up. This is supposed to be left. Okay, because we're going with x-axis, not y-axis, so this won't be left and right, it's going to be up and down. My circle velocity B asterisk equals to -1. Okay, if my circle velocity, circle xb is greater than or equal to my width of my display, which is going to be 800, minus my circle radius b. Okay, perfect. This is going to be my right wall. Guys, I like things being perfect. There you go. Okay, I'll change my circle velocity b to be asterisk equals to -1. This should work. Okay, one just dips. Didn't need any update. -1, both are -1. Okay, so both are -1. Circle B, oh, y-axis, this should be x-axis. There we go, because this is vertical movement. Now if I run the command. Okay. I should have increased the speed. This was testing my patience. Alright, perfect, guys. Did it. I honestly want to blow my nose real quick. Let's get Sensei here. Okay, guys, that was perfection. Honestly, why is PyGames easier to use than actual Python? Python felt like when I was actually doing raw code with just Python, that felt much harder than PyGames. Did I like improve, or is PyGames like much easier? Because when it comes to memorizing stuff, I'm pretty good at it, but when it comes to thinking, I'm kind of bad at it. Or Vivek, I see what you're doing, but let's get it crystal clear. Honestly, let me blow my nose real quick, guys. Yeah, my headphones is like giving me congestion or whatever that thing is. Let me actually mute myself for blowing my nose. Don't want to like blow you guys' ears off. Alright, perfect. Yeah, I didn't want to even show you guys. Okay, that aside, let me go here. There we go. Okay, circle A moves vertically only. Okay, circle A moves vertically only. Circle B moves horizontally only. Okay, that's correct. But your bouncing logic is correct. But your horizontal / vertical labels and movement names are mixed in your comments. Horizontal movement versus vertical movement. Keep your naming consistent so your brain doesn't short circuit when we combine directions. Your movement labels are mixed. Were they mixed? Horizontal, x-axis. Horizontal is y-axis. Vertical is x-axis. Wait, hold up. Let me ask. Sensei, how was my how's my names? How was my comments messed up? Actually, how were my comments messed up would make more sense.
Look, Vivek, I'm not yelling just to be mean. I'm yelling to make sure your brains doesn't get lazy. Here's the deal. Horizontal, okay, vertical this. Problem. Circle underscore y plus equals to is vertical movement, not horizontal. Your comment says horizontal, so your brain sees horizontal. Wait, isn't y-axis horizontal? Am I stupid? Think x-axis horizontal, y-axis vertical. Okay, so that's a vertical line, that's a horizontal line. I don't believe I'm 17, I didn't know that. Okay. If you're ready, we can do the full 2D bouncing circle with both x-axis, y-axis together. Honestly, Sensei, I feel pretty good with this basic movement, automation, and I can also move a object using my left arrow key, right arrow key, down arrow key, and up arrow key, ... Is there a mini project that I can do, or do I still need more practice with something? Listen, Vivek, you definitely have the basics down. You can move objects manually with key, you understand the horizontal and vertical automation movement, and you can handle multiple objects with independent velocities. That's solid. Now it's time to apply your skills, otherwise your brain gets rusty. Here's a perfect mini project for you. Mini project, dodge these circles. Goal, a simple game where the player moves a rectangle with arrow keys to avoid automated bouncing circles. Okay, requirements. Player, a circle controlled by arrow keys, up, down, left, right. Enemies, 2 to 3 circles moving automatically, both horizontal and vertically bouncing off all walls. Okay, if a circle touches the rectangle, print game over and reset position. Keep FPS 60. Clear the screen and redraw every frame. Use radius and rectangle size properly to detect collision. This project will test automated movement in both directions, manual movement with keys, collision detection. Okay, I didn't learn about collision detection. Multiple objects interacting. Okay. Okay, wait. Actually, let me copy these, paste it, and say, Sensei, I didn't learn about those topics yet. Can you teach me first? Question mark. Bro, are you in NRI? Let me check what's NRI. What's NRI? Non-resident Indian? Yeah, I'm currently in the United States. Okay, let's see. Listen, Vivek, if you jump into that mini project without understanding collision, your game is going to explode. Metaphorically, let's log these in concepts. Okay, collision detection basics. In PyGame, collision detection means checking if two objects are touching or overlapping. Rectangle versus rectangle. Compare edges. Stop asking personal questions, guys. Like, seriously? Oh, I see. Okay, rectangle versus rectangle. Vivek, you should stop answering such personal questions, bro. Honestly, it's just, I was just saying, I live in the United States, so. Okay, rectangle versus rectangle. Compare edges. If any side of rectangle A is past a side of rectangle B, they collide. Alright, okay, let's read. Rectangle A is x-axis, A is y-axis, A is width, A is height. Just curious, sorry. No, yeah, honestly, you guys are pretty good, yeah? You guys can ask me any questions. If I think it's personal, I won't answer it. If I think it's okay, I'll answer it. Okay, 100, 200, 50, 50. Rectangle B. Bx, so B's x-axis, B's y-axis, B's width, and B's height. 120, 220, 60, 40. If A's x-axis is less than B's x-axis plus B and B's width and A's x-axis plus... Oh my gosh, what?
plus b's width and a's x-axis plus a's width is greater than b's x-axis and a's y-axis, which is less than b's y-axis plus b's height and a's y-axis plus a's height, which is greater than b's y-axis. Print collision. Guys, what was that? Think of it as left side of A, okay, right side of B. Right side of A is greater than left side of B. Wait, left side of A is less than right side of B. Right side of A is greater than left side of B. Okay, I understand the concept, honestly, like theoretically. Top of A is less than bottom of B. Bottom of A is greater than top of B. Circle versus circle. Check distance between, okay, centers less than or equal to sum of radius, okay. Import math. Okay, so we're using the math module. Okay, ax, ay, a is radius. Circle b, bx, by, b is radius. 130, 120, 40. Distance equals math dot square root. Okay. A is x-axis minus b is x-axis to the power of 2. I could have used the power function, okay, plus A is y-axis minus b is y-axis to the power of 2. If distance is less than or equal to A's radius plus b's radius, print collision. Rectangle versus circle, a bit trickier. And I'm not on your stream. And I'm on your stream, not to your personal information. Love your work, keep it up. Professional, not to be rude though. If someone asks personal questions, I would suggest ignore that person. I mean, I honestly say that I wouldn't answer the question instead of ignoring. I agree with Anand. Stop sharing your personal info. You gotta stay away from creeps on Vivek. Honestly, I appreciate the concern. Okay, approximate by checking closest point on rectangle to circle center. Okay. Alright, so multiple objects interacting. Keep a list of all your objects, circle and rectangles. Loop through the list to move them and check collisions. Example with two circles. Circle, so I have a list of circle and a set inside of my list. So X, actually a dictionary, my bad guys. A dictionary inside of my list. So X is 100, Y is 200, radius 30, velocity 5. Okay, honestly, I might need a separate stream for this topic. Seems pretty fun. For circle and circle, circle x-axis plus equals. Okay, so here's my bounce logic. Once you master these, your dodge the circle game becomes double. If you want, we can start. Small exercises make two circles bouncing. All right, let me actually say, Sensei, collision honestly seems fun, but I'll save that for the next stream. Can we work on automating this stream? Question mark. Oh my gosh, how would anyone understand this with all these typos? Honestly. Okay. There we go. Okay, perfect. Just ignore people's comments who ask your personal stuff. Honestly, yeah, I mean, I could just say them. I didn't want to answer it. Okay, 5 Vivek, but remember, collision are fun and powerful. Don't forget them. We'll stay in automation mode today. Mini challenge: multiple objects, independent velocities. Create 3 to 4 rectangles or circles. Give each its own horizontal velocity. Make them bounce off the left and right walls independently. Keep FPS at 60. Clear the screen each frame. Don't worry about vertical movement yet. We'll do full 2D stream next. Okay, only horizontal, right? I have a question though. Sensei, I honestly have a hard time figuring out the positions, like where should the object be located, the coordinates. I know that 0, 0, 0, 0 is the top left, and 800 is the, actually 800, I don't know, but how do I figure that out? Should I Google a, I don't know, a graph and learn the coordinates? Guys, there are so many spelling, so many typos. Okay, you probably got to put a wallpaper at the start of the stream or during the stream. Leave a comment called no personal questions. But you're doing great. It's motivating. I appreciate you, Ronji. I apologize if I can't pronounce the name. I'm horrible at pronouncing names, but I appreciate you guys. Okay, listen, Vivek, don't panic. You don't need to Google anything fancy yet. You need to think of PyGames screen like a simple graph, but with one twist. The y-axis goes down instead of up. Okay, so y-axis goes down, okay. Here's the mental map. Top left corner is 0, 0, so that's going to be my top left. In terms of PyGames, top left is going to be here. Y-axis increases as you go right. So, I mean, x-axis increases as you go right. Oh, I see. Okay, so this is my x-axis. This is my x-axis, and that's my y-axis. So if I want to go right, my x-axis increases. Y-axis increases as you go down. Okay. Bottom right corner, screen width, screen height. So in your 800 by 600 inches of screen, actually display screen, same thing. That's 800 by 600. Okay. This, think in pixels. If you want an object near the top, use a small y value. Example, y equals to 50. If you want an object near the top, okay, use a small y value, 50. If you want it centered horizontally, x equals to screen divided by 2. Integer division, yeah, guys, one division gives you like a floating point number, two division gives you an integer. It's also called a floor division if I'm not wrong. Okay, if you want it near the wall, x equals screen minus width object for rectangles. Okay, I actually see. A trick. Draw small reference points at coordinates to see where 0, 400, 300. Oh, draw small reference points at coordinates to see where 0, top left, 400, 300, 800, 600 feel on your screen. Then place objects becomes intuitive. If you want, I can make a little visual code that draws your screen with corner and create coordinates labels, so you never have to guess points again. Want me to do that? Honestly, yeah. Honestly, yes, sensei. Be assertive, meaning confident. Don't keep apologizing when you're wrong, and don't let haters pull you down ever. Okay, honestly, I appreciate the motivation, the tip. Is it called the tip? I can't. Yeah, I'm a little bad at time, but I appreciate the help a lot. Okay, perfect, Vivek. Time to visualize your world. Let's make it impossible to guess points wrong. Here's a small PyGame snippet that draws the key coordinates. Okay, let me copy that. Okay, what this does, let's actually check what this does. Okay, let's paste it and run the command. Okay, so that's top left, that's center. That's top right. Okay. Might have to increase this. Let's change this to, I don't know, 8,000 by 800. 1,000 by 800. There we go. Okay, so top left, top right, center, bottom left, bottom right. Okay, how do I cancel this, guys? Okay, there we go. Coordinate guide. 0, 0 is top left, 800, 0 is top right. So top left, actually, was that top left? Okay, so 800, 0 is top right. Okay, so top left, top right, bottom left, bottom right. 800 by 600 is bottom right 400 by 300 center. Okay, I get it. All right, perfect. Let me go here and say, all right, sensei, I get it. Can we do a few instructional based question? Actually, can we do that mini project now, question mark? Okay, I think I got a pretty good grasp on coordinates. Or Vivek, time to level up. We're going to do a mini project, multiple moving rectangles project to lock in your automation skills. Here's what I want you to do: step-by-step mini projects. Create 800 by 600 objects. Create 3 rectangles, give each its own starting position, width/height, and velocity. Movement: each rectangle moves horizontally. Bounce: rectangles should bounce off left edge and right edge. Okay, independently. So horizontal, so it's going to move straight. Okay, FPS 60, screen refresh, fill the screen. Okay, fill the screen each frame so the rectangle doesn't leave trails. Step 1, object setup. Okay, if you want to write the code from scratch using what you've learned about movement and bouncing, don't worry about collisions yet, just independent horizontal automation. Once you write it, send it and we'll check it together. Alright, let me get Sensei there. Okay, and let me delete this. Control A, delete. Let me start by importing PyGames. So import PyGames, and then drink some water. Actually, let me drink some coffee. Oh guys, coffee tastes so good. Okay, now let me initialize my pygame, pygame.init. Okay, now let me create an FPS. So clock equals to pygame.time.clock. Alright, now let me go with display. Okay, so I'll create a variable called screen for my display. Screen equals to pygame.display.setMode. I'll set a tuple of 800 by 600 pixels. Okay. And then let me add a title. Actually a caption. So pygame.display .set caption. I'll keep the caption as something like automate circles, or actually just automating. Okay, perfect. Maybe doing some more. Alright, and then let's go with the details. So I'll have 3 objects. Create 3 rectangles. Okay, so not circles, rectangles. Object, create 3 rectangles. Give each its own starting point, position, width, height, and velocity. Let me go with rect. Actually, I had a comment. Rect underscore A. Actually, just go with rect A. So my rectangle A is going to be rect underscore A underscore X underscore axis. So rectangle A is X axis. Equals to, let's see. Okay, so my rectangle A's X axis is 100, Y axis is 100. Alright, so 100. Let me copy that because I'm not typing that again. Let me change X to Y. 100. Excuse me, guys. And then width, copy that. Paste it. Let me delete that. Do width. Okay, so. There we go. Okay, so the width is going to be 80 and the height is going to be 50. So width is going to be 80. And paste it here again. Change that to height, which is going to be 50. Okay, and my rect A's velocity is going to be, let me go with velocity. Okay, so it's going to be 5 pixels per frame. Okay, that's basically it for my rectangle. Let me copy that. Add actually a bunch of spaces. Maybe that makes it much easier. Paste it, change A to B, and now change all these A's to B's. Actually, if I go from the bottom, it's much convenient, so this thing doesn't pop up. Okay, B, B. Alright, perfect. Okay, so the rectangle B's x-axis is 300. Okay, and the y-axis is 250. The width is 60 and the height is 40. So the width is 60, the height is 40. Da-da. Okay, perfect. The velocity is 7. Let me copy that with the space, might as well. Paste it, change this to rectangle C, and go from the bottom again. C, 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 and C. Okay, perfect. The rectangle C's x-axis is 500. Okay, y-axis is 400. Width is 50. And height is 30. Okay, with the velocity of 4, quite slow rectangle. Alright, the coffee looks so delicious. Honestly, yeah, like I love black coffee. Like it's really good for our health as well, and it tastes pretty good. Okay. Da-da-da. Okay, I'm done with that. Now I gotta add a is underscore running. So I'll add a is running's boolean variable. Maybe zoom in a bit. Okay, is running equals to true. True. There we go. Okay, and then add a while loop. So while is running, while my is running is set to true, or while my program is running, I will add my FPS. So my clock dot tick is 60, so 60 frames per second. This is going to be my FPS. And then let me add an event loop and iterate over all my Pygame events. So for every event in my pygame.event.get, okay, I will look for a specific event type. If my event.type equals to pygames pygame.quit, I will set my is running to be equal to false. There we go. Okay, now that it's set to false, let me actually add a space here and go with pygame.quit. Alright, so now let's get to adding our graphics. So graphics, there we go. Okay, so now for the graphics, let's see. I need 4 rectangles. So the first rectangle's width is going to be that. So let me go with pygame.draw.rectangle. My surface is going to be my screen. I want to draw my screen. What color? Did Sensei say me the colors? Apparently no. I guess I'll add a red color. And a tuple of my x-axis, y-axis, width and height. So my rect A's x-axis, rect A's, oh my gosh, there's so many variables. Wait, do I have, okay, this file is empty. I might have to copy this. Okay, rect A's x-axis, paste that, change that to rect y, now go up, copy my rect A's width. I can change that to height later. Go here, paste the width again, change the width to height. There we go. Okay, so I drew my arm here. Okay, so there we go. Okay, I drew my first rectangle. Now let's draw my second rectangle. So pygame.draw.rect. I'm drawing a rectangle. I want to draw it on my screen. Color, I don't know. Let's go with black. Okay, and now, this time we're talking about rect B. So rect underscore B. There you go. See, these are pretty small. Why did my rect have so many? X-axis, rect B's y-axis, rect B's. Let's go with width. And then my rect underscore B's height. Okay, let's go with my third object now. Pygame version, pygame.draw. Oh my gosh. Pygame.draw.rect. I want to draw a rectangle. The surface is going to be my screen. There we go. Color, pink. No, pink isn't that, like, let's go with blue, because I'm going to keep my screen, I'm going to color it to be gray, so pink just kind of blends in. Okay, now let's go with x-axis, y-axis. So for my rect C's x-axis, rect C's y-axis, rect, there we go. Okay, rect C's y-axis. Okay, and my rect C's x-axis, y-axis width, and my rect underscore C's height. Okay, there we go. We're done drawing all three objects. Now let's go with the movement. Let me add a comment. Movement. Okay, for my movement, let me do some copy. Alright, so what were my movements? Okay, so my rect underscore A's x-axis plus equals to my rect A's velocity, my rect underscore B's x-axis plus equals to my rect B's velocity, my rect underscore C's x-axis plus equals to my rect C's velocity. Okay, now let's add the bounce motion. Okay, it's gonna bounce horizontally, so let me go with bounce movement. Alright, so for my bounce movement, let me go with kind of statement. If my rect A, okay, if my rect A's x-axis is less than or equal to my rect A's width, right? Actually, no, 0. Because it's rectangle, it's not a circle. I will multiply my rect A's velocity. Actually, let me just copy this, it's here only. Okay, and then go with asterisk equals to -1. This is going to convert my rect A's velocity, which is set to +5, to be -5. And then that's for my left wall. So left wall, there we go. Okay, and now for my right wall. If my rect A's x-axis is greater than or equal to 800 minus my rect A's width, time to search. Rect underscore A, okay, this is going to make it much easier. There you go. This is going to be my right wall. I will do rect A's velocity. Rect A's velocity asterisk equals to -1. That was the bounce movement for rect A. Let's copy that. Maybe paste it here. Change that to rect B. Change this to B. Maybe go lower. B, and B. I'm pretty sure they all have like these same formulas, right? Yeah, pretty sure they must have the same formulas. Okay, paste this, change that to rect C. Change, let me go from the bottom. C, and C. Perfection, I guess. I forgot one thing. Let me go with screen dot fill 200, 200, 200. This is going to give me a good gray color, but let me add a tuple. Okay, that's okay. And now lastly, let me go with outside the loop a bunch of spaces. PyGame.display.update. Draw PyGame.display.update. Okay, let's run the program and see if it works. There we go. Okay guys, perfection. Everything has a perfect bounce motion. Okay, this This hurts my brain so much. Actually, this is not even as hard as like recursion and everything when I was learning. Because what all did I import? Code still works, right? There we go. Nice. Okay, perfect. Let's go with Control A. Control A, Control C. Get Sensei here. Paste it. Honestly, I can say once you guys know the basics, PyGames isn't that hard. It's all about memory. Just memorize everything. Okay, maybe drink some coffee as well. I know we don't chug coffees, but I'm thirsty. Excuse me, guys. Yeah, I was pretty thirsty. Excuse me again. Okay, Vivek, what did I just say about snipping up on copy paste? Look at this, rect B. Alright, my bad, guys. Did I change it? That's rect A, rect B, rect C. I changed it all. Rect A, rect B, rect C. It's all changed. Hey Viv, do you plan to do anything with medical science and coding? You should look into something like that. Honestly, for now, I'm like looking to major in AI engineering. But before that, I was just learning and trying to master Python. I thought the 100 series would be pretty good. Please don't read my comments aloud though. Okay. Alright, so let's read. Vivek, what did I say about slipping up on copy paste? Look at this, rect B and rect C are still using rect A's width for the right wall check. That is why they won't bounce correctly. Excuse me, guys. Vivek, what did I say about slipping up on copy paste? Look at this, rect B and rect C are still using rect A's width. Oh, rect B should use rect B width, rect C should use rect C width. This is exactly the kind of detail you must, with a capital must, nail when automating multiple objects independently. Each object has its own property or chaos and uses. Okay, fix that and your mini project will finally behave like you expect. They're using the measurements for my rect A. Huh? Okay, my width for my rect A. Width is 80, 60, 30. Rect. Oh! Rect A, rect A, rect A. Alright, my bad, guys. This has got to be rect B. This has got to be rect C. I can't be copy pasting now. There we go. Works. Perfect. Didn't it work like this before? No, I'm pretty sure it didn't. I'm pretty sure they all were in sync. Control A, Control C. Since I here. Okay. Let me drink some water maybe. Honestly, that's the sole reason I don't like prefer to create copy paste, because I might slip up. Okay, now we're talking, Vivek. Finally, each rectangle is bouncing off its correct walls. This is exactly how independent automation should work. You see what I mean about each object having its own properties? I want to see that now. That's the difference between messy chaos and clean, predictable movements. Next level challenge. Add vertical velocities for each rectangle as well. Make them bounce off all four walls, top, bottom, left, right. Keep each rectangle's x-axis and y velocities independent. Add vertical velocities for each rectangle as well. Okay, let me ask you a question. Let's say if they're going in a horizontal direction, how will they go how will they go on a vertical direction as well? wouldn't that make them flicker? It's like it's going to be like zzz, if you guys know what I meant. Oh, message retracted. Listen up, listen Vivek, you're overthinking it a bit, but that's good. It shows you're visualizing. Here's the deal. Each rectangle can have an x velocity and a y velocity. X velocity, velocity underscore x controls horizontal movement. Y velocity, velocity underscore y controls vertical movement. They don't conflict. Okay, instead they move diagonally when both are non-zero. No flickering happens because every frame Pygame clears the screen with dot fill so you won't see trails. Each rectangle's position updates smoothly using velocities. Then check for both horizontal and vertical boundaries separately. If it hits a wall, flip the corresponding velocity. Velocity asterisk equals to -1, velocity y asterisk equals to -1. Result rectangles will bounce around the screen diagonally or straight depending on their velocities. If you want, I can write a mini broken code. Honestly, now I'll try that first. Let me try fixing my code real quick. Not fixing, adding the cell. I gotta utilize my y-axis as well. Okay, let's copy this. X-axis. Now, movement y-axis. Actually, should there be like a hyphen here? Maybe. There we go. Now, for my movement and y-axis, let me paste this. Be sure to change x's to y's. Y's. Okay, rectangle. And now, bounce movement for rectangle A, x-axis, and x-axis. I gotta do the same for y-axis now. Bounce movement for rect A y axis. There we go. Okay, I'll just copy paste that next. Okay, so if my rect underscore A at x-axis, actually at y-axis, is, let's see, less than or equal to 0. Would 0 make sense? Left wall, right wall, top, 600 bottom. Actually, yeah, it would make sense. Less than or equal to 0. Wait, isn't it -1 and like 0, -1? I don't know. Let's see. This is going to be up. My rect A's velocity asterisk equals to -1. Okay, and then next for my bottom or down, if my rect A's y-axis is greater than or equal to 600 minus my rect A's width. There we go. This is gonna be for my bottom. Okay, let me actually change this to the top. Alright, and now rect A's velocity. My rect A's velocity is going to be asterisk equals to -1. That should, if I were to run the command. Oh. Which is my rect A? Okay, the black one's not my rect A. Alright, let's add it for everything else real quick. Let me copy that. Paste it. Okay, let's be real careful now. This is for my rect B. If my rect B, stop. B's velocity, B's y-axis, rect B's width, and rect B is velocity. Okay, now let's do that for my rect C. Be real careful. Okay, let me change C, 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 and C. Rect AC, nope, just C. Okay, my rect C's y-axis. There we go. Sorry if someone's already said this, I've just joined, but have you considered using objects for each rectangle so you don't have to create every variable and keep repeating yourself? Maybe ask ChatGPT about that. Honestly, yeah, I did want to use like PNGs because I have a whole folder for like PNGs, but I don't know how to like import it yet. I'm first trying to master on like how to use different kinds of functions in PyGames. For example, drawing, like if I have to like make a scenario and everything, I could like download or like get a PNG of a background, use a background, but I don't know how to use it. I know that the function is something like pygame.load.image and then adding my image path. I don't know much about that. I just watched a few tutorials. I mean, like from object-oriented programming, not images. Oh wait, actually, yeah, that does make sense. I've seen somebody, I never did it honestly, but I've seen somebody like, if I shrink this, add my pygame.init as a class. So like, I don't know, like for example, I can go with class shapes, and then indent this whole thing inside of my shapes class. I don't know. I've seen someone do that while I was watching a tutorial, but I didn't pay much attention at that. I honestly got to use object-oriented programming while using PyGames. I might do that after I'm a bit more comfortable with PyGames. Okay, this is going to be a lot. All right, so now it should work properly. Oh, perfect. Okay, the red object just went. C's width, which is my red object again. Red is going to be my rect A. Am I messing something up in rect A? Okay, so bounds for the y-axis. Okay, greater than 0. Is that 0? -1, 600. Okay, this... Okay, there's a tiny bug. Control A, Control C. Or he's kind of new at programming, I guess, so he probably doesn't know what it is. Honestly, yeah, before I started PyGames, I did like master, like, not master, but like learn everything. All these topics, maybe a shameless plug. I've wrote in my Discord server what I've gone through. The link is in the description or the pinned comments. We're going to moderate it only. Okay, so before I started learning PyGames, I did go through, let's see, print statements, variables, inputs, everything all the way until... I didn't learn properties or magic methods. Yeah, everything until class methods. So that comes under object-oriented programming. I did all those and even reading files, writing files, basically file handling. I didn't learn about requesting API data and PyQt5. I just jumped to PyGames, and now that I'm in PyGames, these are all the topics that I got to like learn on PyGames. How to create window, all these. Yeah, if you guys want it, it's like in the Discord server. You guys can like ping me, and I can like paste it. He seems smart. No, I'm not smart. Okay, you're smart, Vivek. A few days ago, he was doing object-oriented programming stuff. Object-oriented programmings don't show us your web pages when changing tabs. You should blur or something before opening new tab. Honestly, yeah. Love the roadmap, good plan. Use Google Chrome. Could I send the code in the Discord so you know what I mean by object-oriented programming rectangles? Honestly, yeah, I'd appreciate that. Or... Okay, don't be too humble, not too good. Honestly, I don't think I'm humble. I still feel like I'm a beginner. This feels like pretty basics of PyGames. Like Yeah, it's kind of basic. Let me actually get Sensei up here to and paste it and say, Sensei, my red rect or rect A, it bounces from the bottom, um bounces from the bottom, but leaves the screen on the top. um Okay, I honestly know why. Probably because I wrote if my y-axis of my rect A is less than or equal to 0, that might be the problem. Okay, look at what you did. This is the classic copy paste chaos. I'm actually not gonna copy paste anymore. Here's why rect A disappears at the top. You're using the same rect A velocity for both x and y movement. Rect A's velocity for both x and y movement. That means when you flip it on one axis, it also flips on the other axis, completely breaking the logic. You should have used rect A's width instead of rect A's height. Oh, with you must give each axis its own velocity, velocity x, velocity y. Okay, I didn't know that. Maybe I did actually. I guess you have learned it from bro code, because I learned it from that lecture as well. Honestly, yeah, I watched like a couple of hours of bro code's tutorials. It was pretty helpful, but I felt like it was kind of basics. I couldn't understand much. Majority of my learning stuff was with ChatGPT/Sensei, because I did like a lot of practice here, and like I did like 50 questions per topic, and like I had to do a lot of topics and all the details and everything. I'd recommend getting your browser clean of stuff before streaming. By the way, honestly, yeah, I should do that. Everyone learns from Broco Digital. Then, yep, he's actually pretty good. Use Chrome or close new pages on Microsoft Viv. That's not good, I guess. You can get copyright in the future, maybe. Honestly, yeah, that's the reason. Like, I don't like actually show the videos, like the YouTube videos or anything, because I'm scared of copyright, guys. Okay, let me actually create x-axis and y-axis here. Okay, so this is my c velocity for x-axis. Let's copy that, paste it. Velocity for y-axis. I don't know, is this what we meant to do? Is this what I was meant to do? For b, y-axis underscore x-axis. Change that to 7, paste this, change that to 5. For a, copy that, paste it, change that to y. Okay, this should work. Oh my gosh, I gotta refactor everything. Was it uppercase A? Okay, so it's lowercase or uppercase? Oh, it's x and y, not a and b. Okay. This is for my x-axis. Lowercase x. Okay, lowercase x, lowercase x. There we go. This is going to be my y-axis. So lowercase y, lowercase y, lowercase y. Huh. There we go. I gotta change it from every. I wish there was a refactor option or everything. Let's go with x. Okay. Underscore x. This is x-axis as well. X underscore x underscore x underscore x underscore y underscore y underscore y and underscore y. Okay, last two more. Okay, last one. Alright, perfect. This should fix the code. This is insane. Okay, so I need separate axes. I recommend Firefox. Honestly, I've heard of Firefox. I never used it. Don't change the tab in front of us. Okay, you should private this stream of yours when you're done. You're working so hard. Okay, I couldn't. Honestly, I don't think there was anything personal in my browser. All the tabs are just my YouTube, Discord, ChatGPT, Sensei, Quizlet, Disco Hook for my Discords, bots and everything, and Streamcord for my Discord's notifications, Disco Hook again, and Stream Elements. Yeah, there's honestly nothing important. Alright, this works. Let me go with Control A, Control C, get Sensei here. Paste it. Okay, there we go. Okay, the having separate velocities, that's what makes a difference. Look at this mess. Wait, did I mess? Vivek, look at this mess. You fixed the velocities, but you're still using width for the bottom wall check. Oh, I should use height. For vertical movement, you need to use height. That does make sense. Okay, I should use height for vertical movement. This is my bounds for y-axis, means vertical movement. Let me go with rect C's height. Copy that. Paste it. Paste it. Okay. There we go. Alright, perfect. Oh, it was almost a 100 lines code. There, it's a 100 lines code now. Okay, now let's this thing. Okay, so for my height, for my y-axis, I need to use height, and my x-axis, I need to use width. No, the new stuff not good to show when you open new tab. Oh, I see. Or crop that thing after you're done from live stream. Honestly, I don't think I can crop that, but I'll definitely try. Alright. Okay, Vivek, what did I just tell you? Look at your bottom wall checks. Am I messing up? Or am I just exhausted? You're using rect C underscore height for rect A's height. And rect B. That's why your red and black rectangles act weird. Wait, let me actually take a good look at this. Okay, we're talking about the y-axis. C. Oh, I'm using rect C for... I'm such an idiot. Change this to A. Change that to B. C. Now it's gonna act perfect. Okay. That was quite complicating. It wasn't complicating. I'm just a little exhausted to pay attention. But I should pay attention. Alright, Control A, Control C. Okay, this is gonna be correct. There's literally no mistakes here. Okay, let me paste it. I might use the restroom real quick. Okay, now we're talking. Okay, guys, that I wouldn't say that was like, okay, about the adding x velocity and y velocity. Yeah, that was like a mistake because I forgot about that. But the this part where I had to go rect C height, rect B height, rect A height, I was just careless. Okay, now we're talking. Vivek, looks perfect. Each rectangle now uses its own width and height for bouncing on sides. No more flying off the screen. Ta-da-da. Next step, we can make them move diagonally in a more dynamic pattern and even change colors on bounce so you see their collision usually. We can make them move diagonally in a more dynamic pattern, even change colors on a bounce so you see their collisions visually. Honestly, Sensei, we can do that if it's not related to collisions. I wanna go through collisions next stream. Okay, let's see. Excellent, Vivek. Okay, then let's focus only on movement and automation for now. We can make them move diagonally naturally. Change colors when they hit a wall just for fun, not collision. Adjust speeds dynamically if you want a challenge. Okay, adjust speeds dynamically if you want a challenge. I'm pretty sure that's going to require the random module. Here's the plan for your next mini practice. Keep the rectangle moving diagonally. When a rectangle hits any wall, change its color randomly. Make sure no rectangle leaves the screen. I won't give the full code, you write it. Instructions: update your current code so each rectangle changes colors when it hits a wall. Keep the x and y velocity separate. Use pygame.color or a tuple like 255. Okay, I didn't learn about the pygame.colors function. You go, bro. You're doing great. I appreciate you, Adam. Doing all this requires lots of brain power. Honestly, I'd say that regular Python practice when I was like learning Python, like recursion and everything, that was way worse than this. There was a time where I felt I'm going to get sick while learning a recursion topic. I was like, oh, I'm going to fall sick. This is mostly memory. Let me say, Sensei, I honestly didn't learn about the pygame.color function. Can you explain that to me first? Question mark. Honestly, guys, you're still doing amazing. I appreciate you, Anand. Okay, I honestly might use a restroom real quick because I've been drinking a lot of water and everything. So yeah, let me drink some water and then use restroom. Alright guys, give me like around 5 minutes. I'll use the restroom and be right back. Alright, mic testing, mic testing. Okay, that was faster than 5 minutes, honestly. Okay, let's see. Put a beard back page when you change tabs. Okay. Alright, let's read this. Oh, finally, yes, let's get this straight. Pygame.color is a way to create a color object in Pygame. You don't have to use it, but it can be useful if you want dynamic colors instead of just fixed strings like red or blue. How it works: color equals to pygame.color 22500 is red. That's the RGB. Yeah, the RGB color code. Okay, amount of red, amount of green, amount of blue. This is called RGB, red, green, blue color code. Values go from 0 to 225. You can also do color equals to pygame.color red, same as 22500. The cool part: you can change the values dynamically, like import random. Excuse me, guys. Color equals to pygame.color random.rand in 0 and 225. Random.rand in 0 to 225. Random.rand int. Okay. Okay. And the rand int, the random.rand int is basically a random integer. Yeah, I learned about the random module as well. This makes a random color every time, perfect for your bouncing rectangles. So when a rectangle hits a wall, just assign it a new pygame.color with random RGB values. If you want, I can give you a mini template on how to generate this in your moving rectangles without the full solution. Do you want me to do that? I think you've moved on from the problem now, but I put some code in Python chat if you want to look at it. Okay, let me actually take a look at it real quick. Over here. And guys, a shameless plug: if you guys want to join the Discord, it's in the pinned. It's in the description or the pinned comments. Okay, let me go here. Alright, hey, this is the code I was talking about. Right now you have something similar to rect a, height, width, okay, and some other for x, y, and z, and so on. I was suggesting you do something like class rectangle under init, so a constructor with a self parameter x, y, width, height, self.x equals x, self.y equals y, self.width equals width, self.height equals height. Those are instance variables. Rect a, then we create an object equals to 10, 20, 30, 40. X-axis is 10, y-axis is 20, height is 30, width is 40. Rect b, 50, 60, 50, 40. Okay, so on. Then you can use rect a dot width, rect b dot width, instead of making like 100 separate variables that had let me shrink this a bit. Okay, 100 different variables that are hard to change. Oh, honestly, this actually might be really good because I can just change it from here. Okay, also the bounce logic could be done a bit cleaner. It might be complicated, but I was thinking like this. Rect equals to a list of rect a, b, c. For we iterate over our rectangles list for every rectangle in our rect in our rectangles. If rect dot y is less than or equal to 0, rect dot velocity underscore y asterisk equals to -1. If rect dot y is greater than or equal to 600 minus rect dot height, rect dot velocity asterisk equals to -1. Right now you're basically doing that 3 times, like copy pasting it for each rectangle. Also, it's also easier to debug because it's a lot of less code. Honestly, yeah, I might like create another stream where I'm working with PyGames and object-oriented programming, and that's when this topic would be pretty useful that time. All right, let me actually lubricate my lips real quick. It's kind of chapped. Okay, perfect. Alright, so this makes a random color every time, perfect for your bouncing rectangles. Okay, so do I want a template? Honestly, yeah. Since say, can I get a template to see when/where to use it, question mark? Guys, ignore my typos. Oh yes, finally we get to add some styles. Here's a template for your moving object with pygame.color so you can see where to use it without giving you the full solution. I imported pygame, imported the random module, initialized pygame using the pygame.init, added a clock for pygame.time.clock for my FPS. Okay, display screen equals to pygame.display.set mode 800 by 600, pygame.display.set caption, colorful bounce, the object details. Okay. This is your code color variable. Okay, rect underscore color equals pygame.color, start as red. Okay, running, we have a boolean variable, so while my program is running, while my running is set to true, clock.tick 60 for my FPS, and then I iterate over all my pygame events using the for loop for every event in my pygame.event.get, and then I get a specific type of event. If my event.type equals to pygame.quit, my running is false, so my while loop ends. Movement outside my for loop, rectangle plus equals to my rectangle at x-axis plus equals to my rectangle's velocity, rectangle at y-axis plus equals to my rectangle's velocity at y-axis. Bounce, here's where you will change the color. If rectangle underscore x is less than or equal to 0, or rectangle underscore x is greater than or equal to 800. Basically, did I just do the 2-line stuff in 1 line? Is that what this is? Okay, minus width, rectangle underscore velocity asterisk equals to -1. Wait, hold up, this honestly might make things so much easier. This is for my left wall. That's the code for my left wall. That's the code of my right wall. I do the same rectangle underscore velocity. Okay. Change color here. Rect color equals pygame.color random.randint from 0 to 255. Okay, I gotta ask a question. Why am I just using 2 values? Doesn't RGB require 3 values? Okay, now if rectangle underscore y-axis is less than or equal to 0, or rectangle underscore y-axis is greater than or equal to 600 minus rectangle underscore height, rectangle underscore velocity underscore y-axis asterisk equals to -1. So my y-axis is speed, my horizontal speed, vertical speed is gonna be my vertical velocity is going to be from positive to negative, and if it's negative from negative to positive, that made any sense. Change color here too. Okay, draw, and then I draw the object. Display key points. PyGame.color can take either red or RGB numbers. When you hit a wall, that's perfect time to change color. Then color dynamically. You can even use random.random 0 to 255 for fun rainbow effects. If you want the next step, we can make 3 objects. Let me actually say something. Let me copy this. Control C, paste it, and say, Sensei, doesn't the RGB colors require 3 numbers like 255, 0, and 0? Exactly, Vivek, you've got the right idea. RGB always needs 3 colors, red, green, and blue. What random.randint does is pick numbers between 0 and 255 for each color. So each color channel, so this red, green, blue, is basically creating a completely random color every time. If you want pure red, it would be pygame.colors, pure green, that, pure blue, that. Okay, so pygame.color.randint 0255, random.randint just automates all 3 channels instead of hard coding them. I see. So basically 2 colors is gonna, I'll have 1 more space to add my random color. Is that what it means? If you want, we can upgrade your mini project. Alright, so Sensei, so let's let me confirm that we're on the same page. So basically the reason we're using 2 values is because the 3rd value will change randomly, ? And if we use 3 values, nothing would change, ? Oh my gosh, guys, ignore my typos. What? I gotta be more precise in the keyboard. Okay, we're delete that. All right, perfect. Oh my gosh, I still have more typos. Not quite, Vivek. Pay close attention. RGB always has 3 values: red, green, blue. You cannot skip one. Each of the 3 numbers controls how much of that color is in the mix. Using pygame.color, 255 00 red, because red equals 255, green equals 0, blue equals 0. Using pygame.random, using pygame random.randint 0 255 random color, because all 3 channels are randomly chosen. Why am I not using 3 numbers here in that case? So it's not about using 2 values, 3 values. You always have to put 3 values. Copy that, paste it here. Sensei ... it has 2 values, the random.randint. Now let me copy this part, bunch of spaces, paste it. Why doesn't that have 3 values? Now I see what you're thinking. The 2 random.random 0 255 you're seeing are just to separate numbers, not the full color really. Proper RGB color needs 3 numbers. So what you wrote, pygame.color random.random 0255 random.random 0255 is actually incomplete. Python will throw an error if you try to use it because the blue channel is missing. It must. Alright, I see. Okay, so basically, these are the colors, not these. Let me ask that. So basically, copy that, paste it. These are the colors, dot 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 question mark. So what are these? And why is it not something like this? 0 to 55 0 question mark. Yes, exactly. Listen closely. Each of these, random.random 0 to 55, red random.random 0 to 55, green random.random 0 to 55, blue represents the intensity of that color channel. Red, green, and blue. 0 means none, 255 means full intensity. Anything in between, like 127, is a mix. So normally a fixed color like pure green is written as but with random.rand int, each of these numbers is chosen randomly every time. So the color can be anything from bright yellow to dark purple or anything in between. Think of it as each channel having a volume knob from 0 to 255, and we're turning them randomly every frame. If you want, I can make a mini visual demo. So you can see random RGB colors. I'll make it crystal clear. Honestly, I think I understand it. Basically, I have two values because we wanted to change. We have our 3 RGB colors. Let me actually see that. So, Sensei, we have our 3 RGB colors. Add a bunch of spaces. Copy that. Paste it. And the reason we only use 2 values in our random rand int is because we want the color to change. Having 3 values inside my random rand int would keep it one color question mark. Guys, if that made any sense. Let me check if I'm audible real quick. Exactly, Vivek, perfect. I want to see if my mic didn't stop working. Okay, perfect. Exactly, Vivek. Each random.rand in 0 to 55 generates one number between 0 and 255. The 2 numbers in random.ab. A is the maximum, B is the... Oh, A is the minimum, B is the maximum. Okay. So I don't need 3 values now, I just need 2. You need 3 separate calls for each channel, red, green, blue. Okay, so that's red, green, blue, RGB, to make colors fully random. Okay. Each channel is randomized independently, giving you crazy changing colors. If you only had one call, random to random, and repeat it 3 times manually with changing. Okay, I see. Then all 3 channels would be the same color. Okay. Alright, I understand. Alright, Sensei, I understand. Can I get that question or instructional based question again that I had to do before I started learning about the colors function question mark? Yes, Vivek, time to put that brain back to work. Let's go instructional style. Just like before, no cheating, pay attention. Here's your tasks. Okay, instructional task, moving rectangles. Create a PyGame window of a size 800 by 600. Make these rectangles any size you want at different starting positions. Each rectangle should move horizontally and vertically. When a rectangle hits the edge of the screen, it should bounce back. Use separate velocities for X and Y directions for each rectangle. Extra challenge, optional, not required yet. Keep the code neat and readable with clear variable names. I'm not giving your colors random stuff yet. Focus on movement and bouncing. Write the code, send it to me, and tear it apart. Okay, fix it yourself. All right. Let me delete all this, actually. There we go. Okay, create a Python window. So let me start up by zooming in and importing PyGames. Actually, Pygame. Now initializing Pygame. So pygame.init. There we go. Now let me add an FPS. So clock equals to pygame.time.clock, and maybe add a comment of FPS. Now add a display. Adding comments is a pretty good practice. Okay, and then I'll create a variable called screen equals to pygame.display.setMode. I'll add a tuple of 800 by 600. Okay, and then pygame.display.setCaption. Display.setCaption. Okay, I'll keep the caption something like automate random colors. Okay, and then let me add object details, if that makes any sense. So we're gonna be having one object for the time being, probably rect A, in case we need more objects. Okay, so for my rect A, I'll go with rect A's x-axis equals to there we go. Okay, rect A's x-axis is gonna be, let's see, make 3 rectangles. Okay, I need 3, any size. I'm real bad at this. 100, maybe 500, and then copy that, paste it. Guys, I literally hate thinking while doing stuff. 400. Okay, our pixel is going to be 800 by 600, so 500 and 400 is going to be somewhere in the top. Okay, and then the height, width and height, so rect underscore A underscore height equals to, honestly, I might go with width first. It's the same thing though. Width equals to 50, and rect, let's go with width, change that to height equals to 100. Actually, let's go with 60. Okay, and then rect underscore velocity for my rect A, or rect A underscore velocity, rect A x-axis underscore velocity equals to 7 pixels, and then rect A underscore y-axis underscore velocity equals to 7 pixels. I have to copy this, then paste it, change A to rect B. I gotta create 3 objects, no way. Let me go from the bottom. Okay, B, 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 underscore B, and B. Actually, one more B. Okay, let's keep the position somewhere in the middle. 300 by 300. That's honestly not the middle because it's 800 by 600. I could change this to 400 by 300. This is going to be in the center. Velocity is going to be 6. Let's go for the third object. Paste it. Okay, so for my third object, let me change that to C. Change that to C. Is it going for the top? Oh my gosh, why does this always pop up? Is bottom going to be easier? There we go. Okay, perfect. Now let me keep this towards the right. So 50. So 50 is going to be there. 300 is going to be center. 50 by 100. That's going to be around, delete that, around like the top left bottom, if that made any sense. And the velocity is going to be, oh, I forgot to change the width and height. This is 6, so it should be a bit smaller. Let's go with 40 by 50. This is even smaller, 30 by 40, and its speed is going to be 5. Velocity is going to be 5. I didn't add a width. Did I delete my width? Okay, I guess. Guys, where'd my width go? Okay, so change that to C. My width is going to be velocity is going to be 5. 30 by what's this, 40? 30 by 40. There we go. Okay, now that that's done, let's check. Let me add a is underscore running resources. Okay, is running, I'll set it to true, and then I'll add a while loop. So okay, let me just confirm. Have my object A, object B, object C. Go with a while loop while is running. Okay, let me add my FPS. So my clock dot tick 60. Add a comment of FPS, and then drink some water maybe. Alright. Okay, so while is running, I do that, and then let me go over my event loops for every event in my PyGames.event.get. I will look for a specific event type. If my event.type equals to pygame.quit, I will set my is running to be equal to false. That's going to end my loop, and then I'll add a pygame.quit. Now let's go for the graphics, guys. It's the same exact formula. Got the same thing and repeat. Let's go with graphics. Now let's draw 3 objects. The first object should be pygame.draw.rectangle. I want to draw it on my screen. I want it to be a red rectangle. I want it to okay. Here's where the random module comes into use, right? No, actually, never mind. I don't need to like change colors right now. Okay. I gotta add my width, my x-axis, y-axis, width, and height. So rect underscore a underscore x-axis. Rect a's x-axis, and then rect underscore a underscore x underscore y. Okay, and then my rect underscore a underscore width, my rect underscore a underscore height. There we go. And then pygame.draw.rect. I want to draw on my screen. I want this to be black. Okay, and then let's go with my rect underscore b underscore x-axis, and then rect underscore b underscore y-axis, and then rect underscore b's width and rect underscore b's height. Okay, and then go with my pygame.draw.rect. I want to draw my screen again. I want the color to be what color did I use yet? Orange. I don't know, I haven't used orange in a while. I mean, I never even use orange, so orange. And then let's go with rect c's x-axis and then my rect underscore c's y-axis, and then my rect underscore c's width, and my rect underscore c underscores height. Okay, done drawing all three objects. Let me actually go ahead and do a screen dot fill 200 200 200 for a good gray screen. Actually added in a tuple. Okay, and then go with the back. Okay, a bunch of spaces, pygame.display.update, and cancel these. So this is going to update it. This is going to add my objects on my screen. And now that I've added objects to my screen, it's time to add movement. A bunch of spaces, go up. Alright, so for my movements, what are you even doing? Honestly, this is like a 100 Days Python series where I learned how to use Python with absolutely no prior coding experience. At a day 100, I was planning to make a game using only Python, so I actually started learning PyGames, and it's my day 2 of learning PyGames. I started learning PyGames at day 70, so right now I'm learning on how to automate objects, means move them on their own, if that made any sense. Like, the objects need to bounce and move and everything. Yeah, I'm real bad at explaining. Although, yeah, that was like a basic thing. Now, for my movement, let me go with Pygame. Actually, not Pygame, my rect underscore a underscore. Okay, so my rectangle A's x-axis is gonna plus equals to my rect A's velocity, rect A's x-axis velocity. Okay, and then my rect underscore A's underscore y-axis. Okay, I'm gonna plus equal that with my rect underscore a underscore y-axis velocity. Movement for, is it like a smart move to add for my x-axis for specific objects, or should I just add all objects here? Actually, let me add it. Rect a, then copy that, go here, paste it, change rect a to rect b, change a to b, lowercase b, b and b. Excuse me, guys. Okay, copy that, paste it, change b to c, change that to c, or change that to c, change that to c, and change that to c. Okay, so I got the movement, so now they're gonna move. There we go. Now I gotta add a bounce motion. Okay, let me add a bounce movement. So bounce movement. So to add my bounce movement, let me go with an if statement. If my rect A's x-axis, there we go. If my rect A's x-axis is less than or equal to 0, should I add my or here as well? Let me actually try it. Or my rect A's y-axis. Wait, that's my left wall. Actually, no, rect A's x-axis. So x-axis is right here. If it's greater than or equal to 800, which is my display right here, 800 minus the width of my rectangle. So rect underscore a underscore width, I will do something. Rect A's velocity, rect A's x-axis velocity, asterisk equals to basically multiplied by equals to -1, which is going to change my velocity of my A, which is +7 to be -7 and -7 to be +7. Bounce movement for rect A. Add a comma, a bracket, left wall, actually a parentheses, left wall and right wall bounce. Okay, perfect. Let me copy that, paste it. For B, let's change A to B, A to B, A to B, and A to B. Okay, it is width and width, not height yet. B is going to change. So this is left wall to right wall. Let me paste that again for my third object. Change that to C. Okay, A to C, A to C, and A to C, A to C. Okay, everything is changed perfectly. Alright, this should bounce it off. If it would have hit the wall, it just went down. Okay. Now, for my bounce movement. So bounce horizontal movement, right? Yeah, horizontal. Bounce horizontal movement. There we go. Bounce horizontal movement. Let me actually copy this. Why am I typing it out? Paste it. There we go. Let me copy that because I'm way too lazy to type this out. Now let's go with my bounce vertical movement. Bounce vertical movement for rect C. Let's change that to rect A. Now add vertical movement. So not left wall, so top and bottom. There we go. Okay, let's add an if statement now. If my rect underscore A or A underscore, okay, so now since it's vertical, I'll go with y-axis. Y-axis is less than or equal to 0, okay, or my rect A's y-axis is top, right? So is greater than or equal to the height of my entire display, which is 600. And yeah, I had 600 here, so my screen is 800 by 600. This is the x-axis, that's the y-axis. Okay, if it's greater than or equal to 600 minus my rect A's radius, rect underscore A underscore, not radius, width. Width is basically, this is my rectangle, and like if it, this is the size, the edges is basically the width. Okay, I will do something. My rect A underscore velocity, my rect A's y-axis is velocity, is going to be equal to, actually asterisk equals to means multiplication equals to -1. Okay, let me copy that. Actually, am I audible? Okay, that scared me, guys. Let me know if you guys can't hear me, because my mic, I've been streaming for like 3 hours and 53 minutes. My mic most likely lasts for 4 hours and then its charge just goes. Okay, let me paste that here. Now change this to rect B. Change that to B. Change that to B. Change that to B. Change that to B. Okay, all of them are changed to B. And I gotta change my width to height. There. Change my width to height. Height, because width is basically, that's the width. It goes here and it goes there. Height is like ups and downs, if that made any sense. Okay, if it was squared, then I think width and height wouldn't make a difference because width is the same as the height. Let me paste it again. Oh, I should have changed this and copied it first. Height. Okay, now change that to rect C. Rect C, rect C, rect C, and rect C. Okay, everything changed to rect C. Height changed to width. That's for horizontal movement. That's for vertical movement. Drew my shapes. Added my velocities. That's basically it, right? There we go. It all moves perfectly, guys. This is perfection in PyCharm. Okay, now let's add the random colors. But before I add the random colors, let me show this to Sensei. Okay. Honestly, this doesn't hurt my brains as much as recursion did. Recursion was way too hard. I almost felt sick learning that.
Huh. Vivek, what did I tell you about where pygame.quit goes? You put pygame.quit
Inside the main loop, there's no way I put it inside, right? It's outside. My quit is outside. Display.update is outside the loop. What was Sensei talking about? Okay, inside the main loop. That means the moment the first frame runs, Pygame quits your rectangle barely, even move before the program closes. Pygame.quit must go outside, must go after the main loop ends, like this. Didn't I like do that? Fix that first, then we'll see your bouncing logic. Guys, am I like tripping or? It's outside. ChatGPT is wrong here? Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Let me copy that. Okay, guys, this is one thing that we gotta be careful about when doing stuff like this. It's like, there are a few mistakes, and let me say, Sensei, my pygame.quit is outside the loop, question mark. Okay, no, Vivek, you still have pygame.quit inside the while it's running loop. Look carefully. Outside the loop now. Don't indent. I don't think it's indented. Oh! Wait, my while is running is here. It's not indented. Okay, let me copy it. I could have just Control-8. Oh, what's this? A bunch of deletes. If you tell it that it's reading wrong, the white space is wrong, and your code is running fine, so it will change its mind. Alright. Okay, Control-A, Control-C. Let's get Sensei back. Control-V. Sensei, you can, I mean, some respect, guys. Can you check the code again? It runs perfectly, and the pygame.quit is outside my loop. Yes, finally. Okay. Now the pygame is perfectly outside, guys. Everyone makes mistakes, guys. That's exactly how it should be. A rectangle should move smoothly, bounce off walls in both directions, and program will exit cleanly when you close the window. Perfect. Next step, do you want to add random colors for each rectangle and every bounce? Okay, keep them fixed now. Can you teach me, actually not teach, can you give me a quick recap on how to add random colors? I'm pretty sure I need to add the random module and use the colors function in PyGames. Oh, finally, let's recap quickly before you start messing up. Here's the essence of adding random colors in Pygame. Import the random module at top, okay? Generate a random color when you need it. On each bounce. Rect underscore color, this is my R, G, and B. 0 is the lowest intensity. 255 is the maximum intensity. random.randin 0 255 picks a number from 0 and 255 for each RGB channel. Okay, the three numbers together make a unique color. Use this color in your drawing instead of a fixed string. Pygame.draw.rect screen rect underscore color xy x-axis y-axis width and height. Okay, tip: if you want the rectangle to change colors on each bounce, create a new random color inside the bounce condition like this. Okay, if rectangle A at x-axis is less than or equal to 0, or rectangle underscore A at x-axis is greater than or equal to 800 minus rectangle underscore A's width, rectangle A asterisk equals rectangle A at x-axis is velocity asterisk equals to -1, rectangle underscore A underscore color equals to pygame dot colors function random Okay, I see. Okay. So basically bounce colors, change them, draw them, alright. I see, guys. So basically it changes after my velocity, or after it goes to negative. So I gotta add a new variable called rect underscore A underscore color. So rectangle A's color equals to my pygame.color. So pygame.color. I did forget to import the random module. Let me import random. There we go. Okay. Dot color with a capital C. Color. Okay, so inside of my color, random.randint 0 and 255. So random dot rand int, so it's a random integer from between 0, which is the minimum color. That's basically white in my opinion. I mean, I guess it's white. And 255. Okay, and then another random.randint for my RG class. So this is for my R channel, it's this for my G channel, random.randint 0 and 255. Should it be inside of a tuple? Oh, I added two parentheses. No, should it be inside of a tuple? It shouldn't. Random.randint. Okay, let me just control 0 quick. That works. Okay, so random.randint comma random.randint. Yeah, it should work. So random.randint 0. Oh wait, probably because I need to add more channels. Okay, now for my last channel, random.randint. There we go. 0 255. Okay, perfect. I'm too lazy to type this out again, so I'll just copy it. Go here, paste it, go here, paste it. Okay, now it should randomize my color, but let me change that to B and change that to C. Okay, it doesn't change color. I messed up somewhere. Oh, vertical as well. Okay, I gotta add them, my verticals as well. Paste. That's for my A. Paste. That's for my B. Paste. That's for my C. A, B, and C. Okay, it doesn't work. Am I doing it wrong? Let me control A, control C. I honestly don't, I don't need the format, or did I like forget the format to like add those colors? Paste it and say Okay, you know what? Let me go Control A, delete it, because this might be a lot. Probably since we can't read everything properly. So let me just go with the part that I actually need, because the whole code is like too much. Okay, go up. There we go. That should be good. Control C. Wrong page. Don't want to get a copyright. There we go. Okay, paste it. Add a bunch of spaces and say, Sensei. So it doesn't change colors? Question mark. Is my format correct? Question mark. Ah, I see the problem and it's right in front of you. You added the random color code perfectly inside your bounce checks, but the reason it's not showing because your pygame.draw.rect calls your rec using fixed colors. Oh, okay. Right now, probably looks like this. No wonder nothing changes. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, I'm kind of stupid. Oh my gosh, I don't want to get a copyright, guys. Let me add that. Okay, perfect. All right, so let me change this from red to my rect underscore a underscore color. Okay, change this to rect underscore b underscore color. Change that to rect c underscore c underscore color. Why is there a yellow arrow? I mean underline. Can be undefined. Will my program crash? Okay, it does. Name error. Rect A is not defined. It's literally defined. Did I like do it properly? Okay, there we go. Extra tip. You also need... Oh wait, hold up. X-axis, Y-axis, color A, B, C. I did that. Extra tip. You also need to initialize these colors before... Oh, I didn't read the whole thing. Should always read everything. Before the loop, or Python will complain rect A, etc. doesn't exist. Rect A, rect underscore B, rect underscore C, Okay, a question. Control V. Sensei. Actually, let's have multiple eyes, a comma. A quick question. The RGB values that you assign to rect underscore A underscore color and B and C as well. Can I add random numbers to them? Question mark. Like 25500 and 000, and I shouldn't add. I can just add comma. Guys, I should work on my punctuation. 1650. Are they random numbers that you use? Numbers wouldn't make sense. Are they random values that you used, or is there a reason you use them? Question mark. Ah, listen carefully, Vivek. Those numbers I gave you, 25500 for red, 000 for black, 255, 165, 0 for orange, aren't random at all. I picked them so you have a starting color before bouncing happens. Python needs some value assigned. I see. Ah, I see. I see, Sensei. You just go back, add a space here, another dot here. So, can't I use red there, or do I need the RGB values? Because I can add RGB as well. I was just curious if red would work as well? Question mark. Ah, yes, pay attention. You can use red, black, orange, all those name colors in pygame.draw, but here's the catch. Red is static. It's always red. No changing happens. If you bounce, unless you override it with an RGB, pygame.color, RGB, pygame.color, random.random, lets you dynamically change colors, which is exactly what you want when you want to flash different colors every bounce. So use red, if you want to stay in one color forever. Okay, alright, got it. So guys, I guess we'll need to use RGB colors. Where's the RGB colors gone? I want to copy them because, yeah, there you go. Okay guys, I just realized how big of a code I wrote. This boosts my ego. Alright, actually, let me go here. Let me copy that. Paste it. Copy the second one. I didn't see the point of copying the whole thing. I can just go here, paste it. This is the color. Copy the third one. Okay, copy the third one. Paste it. Now it should let me. Perfection, guys. This should change colors. It changes colors. Okay, this is kind of fun. Yes, it works perfectly. Nice. Okay, let's go with Control A, Control C. Get Sensei up here. Yeah, I see Sensei is getting a little laggy. Gotta go to the new chats. Paste it, add a bunch of space, Sensei, it works. Although, can we work with different shapes now, like ellipse, line, etc. question mark? Yeah, honestly, like circle I need to use radius, rectangle I need to use like height, width and height. I'm just curious for like the other stuff like ellipse and like line, do I gotta use something else? Like if there's a different function or something? Let me like lubricate my lips. Okay, yes Vivek, finally it's time to level up. We can absolutely move beyond rectangles. Pygame lets you draw all sorts of shapes and the functions are super similar to pygame.draw.rect. Here's a quick breakdown. Ellipse, pygame.draw, ellipse. So I need a screen. Okay, so my surface is my screen, my color is color, x-axis, y-axis, height and width. Same as rectangle. Okay. Define a bounding rectangle for the ellipse. Works like rectangle, but it draws an oval inside the rectangle. Circle. Okay, pygame.draw.circle, screen color, center x. Center x, center y, radius. Okay. Basically, x-axis, y-axis, radius. Position is the center, not the top left corner. Only need a radius, no width, height, line. Guys, I just spat on my keyboard. Gotta maybe drink some water. Okay, so for line, pygame.draw.line, screen color, start at x-axis, start at y-axis, end at x-axis, end at y-axis, width. Straight line from start to end. Width is optional. Default is 1. A polygon. Start x, start y, end x, end y. Width. I see polygon. Pygame.draw polygon, screen color. Okay, a list. A tuple inside of a list for x1, y1, another tuple inside of the list, x2, y2, another tuple inside of the list, x3, y3. Connect all the points in order, closing the shape automatically. Bonus, you can add random colors to those shapes the same way you did with rectangle. Just assign shape underscore color equals pygame.color random.random 0 to 55 when you start. Okay, when you want to change, you can add colors to these shapes with the same way you did with rectangle. Just assign shape underscore color. Excuse me guys. Excuse me again. You can add random colors to these shapes the same way you did with rectangles. Just assign shape underscore color equals to pygame.color when you want to change. Okay, if you want, I can rewrite your current bouncing rectangle code, and I want to write it. Alright, I'm not going to rewrite the code. Let's say, Sensei, I don't want to write the code, but write the code, but I do want practice with drawing lines, ellipse, and guys, I corrected my spelling, it's still wrong. Okay, ellipse and polygon. To get a good grasp on how to use them. ... Oh, I added 4 dots. I want to add 3. I might actually use the restroom, guys. Yeah, I've been drinking a lot of water. So give me around, like, honestly, I don't even think I'm going to take like 5 minutes, but just to be safe, give me around 5 minutes and I'll be right back. Alright, mic testing, mic testing. Okay, I had to change my mic as well because I felt the battery was about to end. Here's my second mic, I kept it for charging. Alright, so where were we? Let me just open the... Okay, there we go. Okay, so where were we? Oh, I see. You want me to make you struggle the right way, huh? Fine, here's how we'll do it. I'll give you a mini exercise, some instructional based and some broken codes you have to fix so you practice drawing lines, ellipses, and polygons. You won't get the full code, you write it in PyGame just like a mini puzzle. Okay, exercise 1, draw a line. Instruction, draw a white line from the top left 50-50 to the bottom right 750-550 on a screen of 800-600 pixels. I need one question at a time, but let me drink some water. All right, let's solve the first question first. Maybe delete all this. Okay, I'll start by importing PyGame. Okay, and then draw a white line from the top left. Before I start anything, let me add an FPS. Maybe I wouldn't need an FPS because I'm not moving the object, but just for the sake of my CPU, equals to pygame.time.clock. Okay, that's for my FPS, and then let me go and add one for my display. Okay, so for my display, let me add a screen variable. Screen equals to pygame.display.setMode. Display.setMode. I'm gonna add a tuple of 800 and 600. I mean, 800 and 600 is just like a big screen. I should add, like, I don't know. I should like change screens. Okay, so pygame dot display. I keep going with raw display dot set caption. Drawing shapes. Just doing drawing objects. Okay, that's my display, and now let me go with. I'll need one object, right? Actually, let me go with object 1. Maybe line details. Okay, so what all did line need? Let me ask that to Sensei real quick. I don't know what all did line need. Okay, Sensei. So what all is it called, objects or variables? Variables did my line need, like x1, y1. I'm a bit vague at that. Can we go through lines first before moving on to the other objects, question mark? Okay, I want to go through lines first. Let me check if I'm audible. Okay. Alright, so you're trying to skip the basics, huh? No way, we master line first, or you get more exercises later. Okay, alright, listen carefully. A line in PyGame basically needs 4 things. Start point, x1, y1, endpoint, x2, y2, color. Start point, endpoint, I see, color. PyGame.color, RGB or red, etc. Width, thickness of the line in pixels. Default is 1 if you don't give it. Okay. Example of the structure: pygame.draw.line, screen color, a tuple of x1, y1, a tuple of x2, y2, and width. Okay. x1 where the line starts, x2 where the line ends. Okay, color can be white or pygame.color. Excuse me guys, with optional how thick the line is. Okay, for your earlier example, okay, so top left of the screen 50-50, bottom right of the screen 750-550, color. Okay, so the final function call would be pygame.draw.line screen. I want the line to be white. x1, y1, x2, y2. Alright, so 550 is my top left of the screen, so around there. 750 and 550, so it's 800 by 600, so it's going to be like a long vertical line. And the width is going to be 5, the thickness. If you want, I can make a mini exercise for you to practice lines where you'll write Actually, no, I'll do that later. Let me... Oh my gosh, I gotta make this big. Alright, let me just get this thing up instead of like dragging from my second monitor. Okay, so line details. Let me go with line x1 equals to line x1 is where it starts, so 50. Might go with line x1 comma line underscore y1 equals to 50 and 50. Okay, and then line underscore y1 and line underscore y2 equals to 750 550 comma 550. Okay, and then line underscore or line 1 underscore color equals to RGB. Pygame dot color, I don't know, I'll go with red 00. Alright, and then a width. So line 1 underscore width equals to 5. Okay, perfect. Line line y1 x1 x1 x2 y1 y2. Okay. Alright, this is basically everything I need. And then let me go with is underscore running equals to true. Now add a while loop. So while is running, while my program is running, or while my is running is set to true, let me add an FPS. So clock dot tick, my clock variable is on top, 60, so 60 frames per second. Let me add FPS. Okay, and then now event loops. So for the event loops, let me iterate over all my PyGame event loops. For every event in my PyGame dot event dot get, I will check for a specific type of event. If my event dot type equals to PyGame, wait, what? Permission error, PyGame dot quit, I will set my is running to be equal to false. Okay, and then once my is running is set to false, I add a bunch of spaces, go up again, and add my PyGame dot display equals to dot quit. Actually, PyGame dot quit, my bad. Alright, so now for drawing the line, let's go with the graphics. There we go. Outside my for loop, let me go with graphics. Okay, perfect. So for my graphics, I will do pygame dot draw dot line. For my line, I want to draw on my screen. My surface is my screen. My color is going to be my line1 dot color, line1 dot color. For my x1 y1 is going to be a tuple of line 1 x1. Let me change the name so it's a little more readable. Line 1 x1, line 1 x1, line 1 x2, line 1 x2, line 1 y2. Okay, so line 1 x1, so this is the x1, and then line 1 y1. Okay, that's the starting point. Now let's go with an ending point. So let's go with line 1 x2, line 1 y2. Let's go with my width, line 1 underscore width. There you go, drew the line. Let me go with screen dot fill. Let's keep the line black. Nah, I don't know, let's go with 200, 200, 200. That's a good gray color. I keep forgetting to add this in a tuple. Alright, perfect. Okay, now let's go with, that's pygame.draw.line. I'm not adding any movement, so basically this is it, right? I just gotta go with a pygame.update. So pygame.display update. If I would run the command, it opened in my other display. There's my line. Did I mess up with the coordinates? Just gotta, yeah guys, this headphones is actually making me get congested nose, if that made any sense. Okay, what if I change this to 100 and 100 and I run the command? Why does it open in my other monitor? Nope, not that. I want it to open in my this monitor. Did the line go up by any chance? Huh, that's interesting. I mean, it's probably my things that I set. So line 1 y1, line 1 y2. Oh, this was x2. Okay, this is a slanting line now. Starting position, ending position, x1, x2. x1, x2, y1, y2. This should be good. Okay, there we go, there we go. This doesn't look like a straight line. At least it's a line, at least we drew a line. Okay, what if I go with... Wait, hold up. X1, it should be x1, y1. I'm pretty sure it was x1, y1. And x2, y2. Okay, well, it gives me a straight line like down here. Let's see. Let's also say. Honestly, am I messing up somewhere? PyGame.display. It's most likely my positions. Let's go with 500 and 500. Okay, that changed my position here. I want to get it up. My width, my height, 550. Oh, 550 is in the bottom. Let's change this to 100. Stop and rerun. There we go. Okay, that's a much better line. Okay, maybe I'll get this to 50. Okay, there you go. 50 starts at a nice stop place. And 600, right? So let me go with 200. That inverted my lines. Okay, let's go with 500. Honestly, yeah, it's a pretty good line. I just need some more line control. Let me just copy this. Control A, Control C. Get Sensei up. There we go. Paste it. Say, Sensei, I did draw a line. But I feel like I messed up the coordinates, although Sensei did say me to put it 50-50. Did I like read it wrong? Okay, it should have been 50-50. It was 50-50, 750, 550. 50-50. Was line 1, line 2, 50-50? Okay, so x1, y1 is 50-50. x2 is 750, y2 is 550. x1 is 50, 50-50, 750, and 550. I don't know why did I like draw something wrong. It drew a slanting line, but at least it drew a line. Okay, let's Control A, Control C. Sensei back in, guys. I'm really exhausted. Might have to end the stream soon. Been streaming for 4 hours and 32 minutes. Okay. Feels like I messed up the coordinates. Okay, I might actually practice some of this offline. Let's see if this is what I had to do, because it's not a straight line. Oh, now you talk, Vivek. You're almost there, with Sensei spotted a bug. Look at your line variable assignment: 50-50, 750, 550. You have x1 and x2 together, y1 and y2 together. Technically it works for values, but it's confusing and not standard. x1, y1, x2, y2. Okay, that's how we do it. Now pygame.draw that line, screen line, x1, y1, line 2, it's much cleaner. Other than that, your code will actually run fine and draw that line. Okay, did you want more exercises? Honestly, I feel like that's enough. Let me say, Sensei, I feel like I get a pretty... Actually, I got it pretty good. I got a pretty good view on drawing objects. Okay, objects and automating them vertically and horizontally. So actually planning to end the stream now. Dot dot dot. Is there anything that you want to say the viewers question mark? I actually might learn like the objects offline because this stream was just meant for automation. Oh, listen up, viewers. If you want to get good at PyGame, you cannot just watch tutorials or stream and chill. Okay, you cannot just watch tutorials or streams and chill. You've got to open your editor, write the code, break it, fix it, and experiment. That's how you truly learn to animate objects, bounce them, and even make color changes like magic. Vivek just crossed a huge step today. Lines, rectangles, random colors, and movement, but that's just the start. If you want to make a game, you gotta sweat through the basics. Remember, a master is not born. They code, they fail, debug, and code again. Join the VivUniverse, the Discord, guys. I didn't say it. Since I said it, it's in the description and the pinned comments. So they go take a break, recharge, and tomorrow we'll dive. Tomorrow we're diving into ellipses, polygons, and more shapes. Don't even think about slacking. Sensei is watching. Okay, probably next stream. Hold up, let me just go here. Da-da-da. Alright, so probably most likely next stream I'm going to be going through collisions. I'm going to practice like drawing polygons, ellipses, and everything offline, and even like a bit of basic coordinates. Although that aside, if you guys enjoyed the stream, don't forget to like, share, subscribe, like him so my algorithm sharing makes me smile, and oh my gosh, I can't talk. And subscribing is like a cherry on top, and I'll catch you guys in the next live stream or video. Peace.